Orders of the day. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government bills, commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-92 and not respecting First Nations, Inuit, Métis children, youth, and families.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services has 7 minutes remaining. Nope, sorry. We have 1 second. We'll just have some clarification here. Very good. We've got that clarified. The previous person is not resuming his speech. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to Bill C-92, which, if passed, will be a significant step forward in the process of reconciliation and in the renewal of the relationship between Canada and Indigenous peoples. Bill C-92 sets out the framework, the legislative framework, and the principles needed to guide work amongst First Nations, Inuit, and Métis nations, provincial and territorial partners, as well as the Government of Canada to achieve truly meaningful reform in child and family services. The bill before us follows wide-ranging and intensive engagement with Indigenous partners, the provinces and territorial representatives, youth, and in particular youth who have lived experience in the child and family welfare system, as well as experts and advocates.
In January 2018, our government held an emergency national meeting on Indigenous child and family services to try to find solutions so that families could remain together. The meeting summary provides an overview of the main theme, which was as follows, quote, "It is clear that the time is now to work towards transferring jurisdictional control from the federal government to First Nations, the Inuit, and the Métis Nation through legislation." It continues on to say,
"Respect and promote the rights of Indigenous peoples to lead the systems, developing standards and practices that reflect Indigenous laws and cultural practices. Where the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis nations have the right to look after their own children, and children and youth have the rights to be raised in their own languages and in their own cultures. Il faut apporter des réformes."
We need legislative reform that will respect and support Indigenous rights to manage their system, develop standards and practices which reflect the laws and practices of Indigenous peoples. Following the emergency meeting, the Government of Canada committed to take the 6 following measures to tackle the problem of overrepresentation of children and young people, Indigenous children and young people in care in Canada. 1. Continue to fully implement the orders from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, including Jordan's Principle, and reform First Nations child and family services, including moving to a flexible funding model. 2. Work with partners to shift the focus of programming to culturally appropriate prevention, early intervention, and family reunification. 3. Work with our partners to support communities in order to draw down jurisdiction in the area of child and family services, including exploring co-developed federal legislation. 4. Participate and accelerate the work at tripartite and technical tables that are in place across the country in supporting reform. 5. Support Inuit and Métis Nation leadership in their work to advance meaningful, culturally appropriate reform of child and family services. Finally, 6. Create a data strategy with provinces and territories and Indigenous partners to increase interjurisdictional data collection, sharing, and reporting to better understand the rates and the reasons for apprehension.
Have come from call number 4 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to actions, as well as the National Advisory Committee on First Nations Child and Family Services, and reflected in the Assembly of First Nations resolutions of May and December 2018, to name a few. Throughout the summer and fall of that year, this government actively engaged with national, regional, and community organizations, and with individuals, nearly 2,000 across 65 meetings, to co-develop a legislative approach that brings us to this point. As a result of this intensive engagement process, on November 30th, 2018, the former Minister of Indigenous Services stood together with national Indigenous leaders to announce that the Government of Canada would introduce co-developed federal legislation on Indigenous child and family services. Mr. Speaker, I am heartened to share the words of Senator Murray Sinclair, former chair of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, who called these engagements a model for implementing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action in a meaningful and in a direct way. This is engagement that will continue as the legislation is implemented and afterward through the exploration of a national transition governance structure with a distinctions-based underpinning that would have representation from Indigenous partners, provinces, and territories. The group could, for example, identify tools and processes to help increase the capacity of communities as they make progress towards assuming responsibility over child and family services. Such a committee could also assess gaps and recommend mechanisms as needed to assist with the implementation in the spirit of partnership and in the spirit of cooperation. In addition, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-92 would provide a review of the legislation every 5 years in collaboration with Métis, Inuit, and First Nation partners. The bill is entirely consistent with our government's commitment to implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the Truth and Reconciliation's calls to action, and our commitments under the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. And the bill has two objectives. Number one, to affirm the inherent right of Indigenous peoples to self-determination in relation to child and family services. Mr. Speaker, this bill is formed on that foundation and provides flexible pathways for Indigenous groups across Canada to determine a way forward that best meets their needs of their children, their families, and their communities. Second, this bill would set out guiding principles that will guide the provision of child and family services to Indigenous children in nearly every region and every jurisdiction throughout this great country. These principles are national in scope. Base standard to ensure that all service to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children are provided in a manner that takes into account the individual child's needs, including their need to be raised with a strong connection to their family, to their culture, to their language, and to their community. Mr. Speaker, these principles are the best interests of the child, cultural continuity, and substantive equality. These setting of the standards are in line with TRC Call to Action number 4, which calls for the establishment of national standards, and with what we heard from partners and community members during the extensive engagement process across Canada. To be clear, Mr. Speaker, there are minimum base standards that can be built upon and adapted by communities to meet their unique cultures as well as their unique traditions. Participants also agreed that proposed legislation should emphasize the importance of keeping Indigenous families together through the implementation of prevention services and early intervention, measures that promote family preservation and reunification. The legislation would propose an order of preference for placement, first to the family, then extended family, other members of the community, other Indigenous families, and then a non-Indigenous adult. The placement order intends to ensure that children remain connected to their culture, children remain connected to their communities, and to preserve the child's attachment and emotional ties to her family or his family. Mr. Speaker, the bill would establish the importance of preventive care over apprehension. This legislation would give priority to child and family services that promotes prevention care, including prenatal services, over the provision of services that promote the removal of the child at the time of birth. Focusing on preventive care helps to promote bonding of mothers and newborns, family unification and attachment, and it prevents the removal of newborns. These principles, child-centered and family-centered, were referenced repeatedly throughout the engagement sessions, as was the critical importance of prevention programs. It was clear, Mr. Speaker, that services provided to Indigenous children and families should respect and respond in a way that is tailored to their needs and to their unique cultural experiences. Considerable emphasis was placed on the importance of culture in maintaining the health and well-being of children and families, including community support networks and the involvement of elders. It was also clear from the engagement process that federal legislation must respect the inherent rights of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples to self-determination. This legislation starts at the point of affirming the inherent right of Indigenous peoples over child and family services and sets out flexible pathways for Indigenous groups to create their own laws and best meet the needs of their children as well as their communities. Indeed, for an Indigenous group to choose to establish their own laws through this mechanism, the legislation makes it clear that in the case of a conflict between Indigenous law and a provincial or a federal law, it is the Indigenous law that must prevail. For added clarity, the bill would not prevail over any existing treaties, self-government agreements, or other agreements that already address Indigenous child and family services, though it can be adopted by communities in these situations if they so choose. Partners, Mr. Speaker, emphasize that the concept of one size fits all is entirely inappropriate in this situation. Any federal legislation on child and family services must recognize the needs, the desires, and the priorities of Indigenous communities over child and family services vary from one community to another, from one province to another, and can evolve and change over time. As a result, there was a broad consensus that federal, provincial, and territorial mechanisms to support Indigenous child and family services should have the flexibility needed to address a range of circumstances and variables. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, the bill also states that an Indigenous child will not be apprehended on the basis of socioeconomic conditions alone. This is something we heard loud and clear from partners during the consultation process. Indeed, the principle of substantive equality, the third of the guiding principles, is critical to ensure that the focus of all providers remains on achieving equitable outcomes and equal opportunities for Indigenous children as well as their families. Substantive equality forms the underpinning of other important initiatives like Jordan's Principle, which ensures that First Nations children across Canada can access the services, the products, and the supports that they need when they need them. Since 2016, Mr. Speaker, our government has committed $680 million to support requests through Jordan's Principle, which has helped provide First Nations youth with a wide range of services to meet their health, their social, and their educational needs. And, Mr. Speaker, the positive impact is undeniable. As of January 31st of this year, more than 214,000 requests for services and supports have been approved to First Nations children under Jordan's Principle. Our government is committed to ensuring that this important work continues, Mr. Speaker, and I had the pleasure of being with the Minister last week in Winnipeg with several other MPs where we announced $1.2 billion for Jordan's Principle going forward. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, we're all aware of the terrible treatment of Indigenous peoples, as illustrated by the horror of residential schools and the 60s scoop. And yet, Mr. Speaker, withdrawing First Nations children, as well as Inuit and Métis children, from their families, their communities, from their language, their culture, is still happening at an alarming and unjustifiable pace. More than half of children in foster homes in Canada are Indigenous children. There are many factors to be taken into account, but there's no doubt that the present system has let down Indigenous children, families, and communities.
We are all aware, Mr. Speaker, of the appalling treatment of Indigenous peoples exemplified by the horror of residential schools and by the tragedy of the 60s scoop. Over the course of the last 3 years, significant investments have been made to begin addressing these issues. Our government has nearly $1 billion annually. Through Budget 2016, we provided $635 million over 5 years as a first step of addressing funding gaps in First Nation child and family services. These funds have been used to support agency service providers, including enhanced funding for smaller agencies. It has supported the rollout of prevention-focused funding models across the country and more frontline service providers. These funds are already at work, Mr. Speaker. For example, last August we announced that the HoC First Nation in British Columbia would receive $4.2 million, close to $850,000 a year for 5 years, to support new child and family services initiatives. Some 20% of the HoC First Nations children were in a form of government care, a situation that led the community leadership to declare a public health emergency and undertake a major study to identify solutions. With funding from Canada and other partners, the HoC Nation is now implementing the 30 recommendations of the study entitled Safe, Healthy and Connected, Bringing HoC Children Home. Existing pregnancy support and parenting education programs are being expanded. Family and protection support workers are being hired. New opportunities for youth engagement and cultural awareness are being developed. In February 18, we also changed policies to fund the actual cost of Indigenous-led CFS agencies, meaning that they can focus on prevention and services to better support families and reduce the number of children in care. In Budget 2018, the government committed a further $1.4 billion in new funding over 6 years to address the funding pressures facing First Nations CFS agencies. This includes funding to increase prevention resources for communities so that children are safe and families can stay together. As part of the ongoing efforts towards program reform, a total of $105 billion of funding in the current year has been allocated to the Community Wellbeing and Jurisdiction Initiative. This new funding stream focuses on supporting First Nation communities to undertake prevention activities and to help families at risk stay together in communities whenever possible, and at the same time allow communities to exercise their rightful jurisdiction over CFS services. Funding and innovation can only go so far when dealing with a broken and failing system, Mr. Speaker. It is failing generations of Indigenous children, and it must be reformed. Mr. Speaker, the existing Indigenous child and family services system has led to what has rightly been described as a humanitarian crisis. This bill represents a critical step in addressing that crisis, and I urge all members to join me in supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
The government side have listed with regard to all the achievements with the Indigenous communities and the programs. The question is very obvious by Canadians, by all, also the Indigenous community. Since all these achievements, we still hear lots and lots of complaints about the dissatisfaction from the same community over the government performance. So can the honourable member explain how can those two results match, but what he's saying and what we're hearing from the public.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me say that I'm very proud of the engagement of the consultation process we had with Indigenous communities across Canada. There was over 65 individual meetings across Canada. Well over 2,000 people participated in it. And I'm proud to say that we have the support of the Assembly of First Nations, the Métis National Council, as well as ITK. However, diversity in the Indigenous communities, I think, is sometimes underestimated. We are committed. We know that there are concerns out there. We have started a pre-study at the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee. I note the Senate has also started a pre-study. We're going to use the committee phase to the way it should be used, to listen to people with their concerns, with their support, and when it's applicable, when it makes sense, I think our committee is open for amendments. But we are committed to the co-development process, not only to this point, but beyond at committee, and working with other levels of government, and certainly the different nations, whether it's Métis, First Nation, or Inuit.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech, and I share the time with him in committee listening to testimony on this particular piece of legislation in the pre-study that's occurring right now. One of the major concerns that has come forward is the fact that the funding is not mentioned in a wholesome way within the legislation directly, and there's been several recommendations about how to do that, but the strongest recommendation is really about making sure that the language is in the legislation, not in the preamble, but actually in the legislation. The amazing woman, Cindy Blackstock, who has done so much work on this, not only in her own organization, but consulting and working with organizations and communities across Canada, has suggested that we make sure that the language that is in the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal decision around equality of funding is included in the legislation. Again, it's not about a number figure, it's about the principles that need to be in the legislation to make sure that children that are Indigenous in this country finally are funded the same as all other Canadian children. So I would just like the member to speak to that important piece, because if that is not done, then we will not see what we all hopefully want to see in this House, which is all Canadian children treated exactly the same and given a chance of a hopeful, bright future. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to begin with, I want to thank the member for her commitment to this bill and her positive contributions at committee towards making this a better bill. It's a couple of things. Number one, it's important to understand that we are reforming the way child welfare is delivered across Canada in Indigenous communities. That may mean that some nations will want to put a large emphasis on prevention, less on removal. And initially, the thought was when we're redoing a system, when we're revamping a system in partnership with Indigenous communities, that it would be premature to identify specific funding in the bill. It's also important to note, Mr. Speaker, that since 2015, we were elected in 2015, we have doubled the funding for Indigenous child welfare system to $1.2 billion a year. That is significant. That in the fact alone demonstrates that we are serious. And finally, I can say that I was at those committee meetings. I heard the recommendations. I can't pre-tell what the committee is going to make a recommendation on, but I think at this point the world is unfolding, the legislative process is unfolding as it should, and that's something that's going to be considered in the final recommendations of not only the committee here at the House of Commons, but also the committee at the Senate.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the need for the legislation. My colleague and I are from the province of Manitoba, where I believe the need is the greatest. In Manitoba, Mr. Speaker, we have well over 10,000 children that are in foster care. Based on a provincial population base of between 1.2 1.3 million people, to have over 10,000 children in foster care. A vast majority of those children are of Indigenous background, Mr. Speaker. And I think when we take a look at this legislation, we recognize at the very least what it's doing is it's providing some hope in terms of finally we have a government, whether it's at the provincial level or the federal level, that is recognizing the need to take action. And this, in part, is also, when we talk about reconciliation, a very positive step forward with respect to that issue, too. And just ask my colleague and friend to provide his thoughts on that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member from Winnipeg North is absolutely right. Every day in this country, Indigenous children are separated from their families, their communities, and that simply has to stop. This is a start of a process. Nobody is saying, Mr. Speaker, that this is going to be the be-all and end-all to address the issue. We understand that. First Nations understand that. Métis communities and Inuit communities understand that. Mr. Speaker, Indigenous children across Canada make up more than 50% of all the children in care, while at the same time, Indigenous children make up 8% of the entire population of children across country. That's not right. We need to change it. And we know that the issue is really coming down to the social determinants of health and of well-being. And that's why our government, over the last 4 years, has invested over $21 billion of new money, not only in child and family services, but in health services, in education services, in infrastructure services, Mr. Speaker, to try to close that gap, the gap in Indigenous communities on the basic determinants of health. This is the beginning of a process. This is not the end.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary. This is an issue of importance to all of us. We all have at heart the well-being of all Canadians, First Nations, the well-being of First Nations children. This bill is designed to enable those children who unfortunately face difficulties find a place where they will be better treated, better and closer to their communities. We all know that on that very specific issue, there are some issues surrounding jurisdiction. We don't want this to be bogged down in a process that the technicalities, the administrative bureaucratic technicalities, stifle out any progress. So my question to my colleague opposite is this. What steps has the government taken to ensure that this bill will come into force with while fully respecting provincial and federal areas of jurisdiction as well as Indigenous jurisdiction? Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is an excellent question. Traditionally, responsible for child and family services off reserve fell to the province. And that's why, since the beginning, we have been working with the provinces. I know that I personally met with the minister and the minister in the province of Manitoba for family services. This is something very important. Our minister is doing the same thing across the country. And as I said a couple of minutes ago, we are starting the process. There will be a committee, an implementation committee, that will, I hope, and in fact it must include the provinces, the territories, the Métis, First Nations and Inuit communities. And that's where those conversations, those technical conversations about responsibilities will take place.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy for this opportunity to speak to the bill, and I'd like to inform the House that I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Bow River. I'm eager to hear his comments as well. He represents First Nations in his community, and
Legislative is quite important, and as I said a few minutes ago in French, the meaning, the spirit behind that is good. Everyone here support the fact that we want to be the best for Canada, for Canadians. We want to be the best for our First Nation people, and especially for the youth of the First Nation people. And yes, there is some issue about the fact that unfortunately too much young people of the First Nation are involved with family problems. Monsieur le Président, il est triste de...
Mr. Speaker, it's sad to note that some 50% of First Nations children in some communities are not currently with their families but in foster homes to protect them for their own good. As my mother used to tell me when I was young, and she would say, "I'm doing this for your own good." My mother was always right. But, Mr. Speaker, we understand that this reality is troubling, and we must ensure that First Nations children, Indigenous children, are treated properly. We acknowledge the fact that in order to help a child, wherever he or she is, it is easier to help that child get back on the right track and develop if they are raised in an environment, a good environment that will help to get them back on track. And this is the issue, because these children, Mr. Speaker, are in host families, foster families, and they are not always in the communities where the children are from, and this is a problem.
We are very concerned with the fact that this issue, as I asked the question a few minutes ago, is very touchy. Everybody would support the spirit of that, but we want to be sure that the technical issue, that the technical problem that could raise with that spirit behind that piece of legislation, could hurt the spirit itself. C'est pourquoi, Monsieur le Président, nous...
So that's why, Mr. Speaker, we're very concerned with the fact that, and as the Parliamentary Secretary pointed out a few moments ago, we know that this issue of children is a provincial jurisdiction. We also know that First Nations are federal jurisdiction. So there is naturally on the surface a possibility for contradiction, because we have the provincial legislation that applies, federal legislation that comes together. We aren't here to create problems. We're here to fix them. We're at second reading on this bill, Mr. Speaker. There will, of course, be work done at committee. And rest assured that on this side of the House, and I'm sure on all sides of the House, both sides of the House rather, we will work to focus on ensuring that there are no technical problems to break the spirit that's behind this bill. Mr. Speaker, because we're talking about children and jurisdiction and the fact that at times there is overlap, I can't not say that all of Quebec has been shocked by an unprecedented tragedy. A young 7-year-old girl, throughout her life, was subjected to a horrific situation. All of Quebec is shocked. And it's good to see the solidarity at the National Assembly and across the province to prevent that kind of tragedy occurring again in the future.
President.
Mr. Speaker, this bill should also remind us that, unfortunately, when First Nations children are facing serious problems, often the root cause is the Government of Canada. That's the reality of the last of the 100 years of residential schools in Canada. So for nearly a century, many First Nations children were taken from their families without their consent and placed in residential schools where there were two objectives. First, snuffing out their Indigenous cultures and assimilating them into our modern world. Mr. Speaker, this tragedy still has consequences today. And that's why on June 11th, 2008, here in this House of Commons, the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, the Prime Minister of Canada at the time, apologized formally on behalf of all Canadians to First Nations. It was a magical moment, Mr. Speaker. And it was necessary because of the reality that we had subjected too many First Nations people to. Now, this is part of what Stephen Harper said at the time. The legacy of residential schools created social problems that still persist in many communities today. The millions of survivors were extremely courageous to testify about what happened to them. This shows their personal strength and the strength of their culture. Unfortunately, many former students died before they were able to hear the government's apology. And here today, Mr. Speaker, we're studying this bill. And as the Prime Minister Harper said at the time, we're doing so because people who are raising their children today are still feeling the effects of residential schools today. And I'll quote Mr. Harper again. We now recognize that we were wrong to separate these children from their culture and tradition. We now recognize that by separating children from their families, we reduced the ability of many students to properly raise their own children. And we sealed the fate of many future generations in doing so. We apologize for this. And that's why today, Mr. Speaker, we need to study this bill, which aims to help the people who were victimized by this past approach, which we now today condemn. So, Mr. Speaker, we are studying this bill with an open mind, and we're studying it very seriously to make sure that there are no jurisdictional issues that might hamper the bill. Now, I'm pleased to say that it will soon be 4 years since I've been in this House, and it will soon be 11 years since I was first elected in Quebec. And as a both provincial and federal representative, I've represented the First Nations people of my communities, and I'm very proud to represent them. These are people who have been living on the land for millennia, and they've been right near my region for over 300 years. There are only some 2,000 people in this community, but they're all extremely positive and productive, both economically, socially, and personally, Mr. Speaker. These are people who lived in a very consensus-based way, who are an inspiration for all First Nations. They really show how people can live together successfully, and I'm very proud to represent them in this House, and they are the people that I am thinking of when we debate this bill. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Boniface Saint-Vital.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his question. Now, whenever we try to draft a bill with this large scope, of course, consultations are so important. Before tabling this bill, we had 65 meetings with Indigenous groups, not just the chiefs, but also with grassroots organizations, and we met with a total of 2,000 people. We got the support of the Assembly of First Nations, the Métis Council, and the ITK. So perhaps the member could give us his thoughts on how important consultations are before moving forward with a bill of this scope. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'm quite impressed by the quality of my friend's French and his ability to express himself in both official languages. Now, of course, we can't rush into this type of legislation. We all want to move forward, but we have to do it properly. Now, thousands of people were consulted as part of this process. People were met with, and there are many groups that support this bill. But beyond that, now, we all know here in the House that when we debate and vote on bills, we know that the devil is in the details. And that's why we need to have a very rigorous approach to studying this bill in committee, and I'm sure everyone agrees with that.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for a wonderful speech and detail about this whole bill, and I believe that because he does represent a number of the respectful community, it is very important to realize that there's a flaws in the bill, as I've been hearing this morning, in specific from his own speech. And the government is claiming about all these consultations that's been made. It seems like there's not enough consultations, and that's why we run to these flaws. So I would really appreciate if the honourable member, my honourable colleague, will be able to highlight some of these flaws that are going to be critical for having a good bill or a perfect bill, if we wish to say. Thank you.
The
Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Speaker, I want to pay all my respect and my appreciation to my colleague from Edmonton, Manning. Mr. Speaker, I think the main issue in that case is the fact that we don't have, and we should never, and we shall never push too hard and too fast that kind of stuff. This is a piece of legislature so important, Mr. Speaker, that we cannot let things going on and see, oh, what will happen, we will see it. And as I said earlier in French, the devil is in the detail. Is that correct to say that in English? Well, okay, so maybe the French expression is coming from the English version. So in français, je dirais que c'est...
In French, I would say that it's an Anglicism, so I apologize for having used an Anglicism earlier.
Speaker, seriously, this is so important for the First Nation people that the first thing we shall have in mind here in the House of Commons is to be sure that we're doing it correctly. And yes, sometimes if you have to consult and consult again and to be sure, based on the argument tabled by the lawyer, not the liar, but the lawyers, just to be sure that we are on the good ground, Mr. Speaker. And especially for the First Nation, we know that between the federal jurisdiction and the provincial jurisdiction, there is some technical fight. And when we go in the First Nations file, there is a lot of difficulty to address each and every issue. We need to take our time to be sure to do it correctly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Essex. We have time for about a 35-second question and a 35-second answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's stunning to hear the difference in the Conservative Party of this Parliament versus the past. We know that the Conservative government fought First Nations Child and Family Services, fought Indigenous kids in court. So my question is, why did the Conservative government never act to reform the First Nations Child and Family Services program, instead fighting it in court for years?
L'honorable député de Louis Saint.
The honourable member has 35 seconds.
Well, it's a real honor for me to remind to each and every Canadian that the first time that the First Nation leader addressed the member of the House of Commons is under the Prime Minister Stephen Harper in the May of June, the 11th of June 2008. The Prime Minister Stephen Harper tabled formal excuses on behalf of all Canadians and let a First Nation leader address this House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of what we have done.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Bow River. I'll just point out to the Honourable Member that we'll go through his presentation and then have questions after when we come back from question period. The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to discuss Bill C-92, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, Métis children, youth, and families. But as part of that, I need to refer to an interesting production that I was able to attend a few weeks ago called New Blood Dance Show. It's New Blood, a story of reconciliation. It was a phenomenal presentation. Widely acclaimed production of New Blood blends Blackfoot music, contemporary music by Peter Gabriel to create an amazing piece of theater celebrating Blackfoot history, traditions, and reconciliation. For all of those who might be interested in seeing, this is a high school group that's connected closely with Siksika. It has a lot of students in it. That it was first performed in 2014, and annually with new students as participants, they perform this production. It has been viewed in many places in southern Alberta and some in British Columbia. Their ultimate goal of the teacher who developed this program, based on the chief's life, going through reconciliation and becoming a chief of his people, was their ultimate goal is hopefully to bring this play to Ottawa so more people can see this production. And I think it's a fantastic, and hopefully Heritage Canada understands how important this type of production is done by youth, Indigenous youth in our country, as they put it on in a drama production. The legislation that we have in front of us comes on the heels of C-91, which was sent back to the House from the Heritage Committee. I was fundamentally supportive of C-91's objective goals. Its objectives are important to constituents in my riding. Siksika Nation is located in Bow River. They've already taken steps to offer an immersion program in the Blackfoot language for the first time this September. The program will be offered in kindergarten, grade 1 students to start. This is an incredible step in ensuring their language and culture are strengthened through future generations, but the students need to be there. I hope this program is a great success. However, even though I fundamentally supported C-91, the way the government rushed through this legislation was unacceptable. Like C-92, they introduced C-91 late in their mandate. This has left them scrambling to force the legislature's passage. In fact, as we were in committee, about 15 minutes before we were scheduled to meet for clause by clause on C-91, we received over 20 new Liberal amendments to that piece of legislation. As previously, when we had discussed this as we were going through with witnesses, I'd pointed out some of the challenges that I felt constitutionally C-91 would have. Then we had constitutional lawyers appear before as witnesses, and they pointed out the same problems that they felt were in it. They believed that this legislation will just end up in court the way it was written. Now, some amendments were made. Maybe that'll fix that. But that's the problem with both C-91, C-92, haven't been written this hurried, this late. It didn't give the opportunity for constitutional lawyers to deal with the amendments that were there and to make this legislation better or more correct so it just doesn't end up litigated for years in court. This pattern shouldn't be repeated with C-92, but I understand that the committee is conducting a pre-study and going through the same process. It was a piece of legislation rushed too quickly. I understand the C-92 seeks to affirm the rights of First Nations, Inuit, Métis to exercise jurisdiction over child and family services, establish national principles such as best interests of the child, culture and continuity, and substantive equality to guide the interpretation and administration of the bill. These principles are intended to guide Indigenous communities on the delivery of child and family service. If the legislation meets its objectives, it would keep extended families together and in their communities, which is a critical part of the goals. But I don't know if the legislation is going to achieve that. I don't think anyone would be opposed to that goal. Consistent with the 2008 residential school policy delivered by the Prime Minister Harper, conservatives believe steps must be taken to reduce the number of Indigenous children in care. Amends need to be made for residential schools and the 60 Scoop. My mother, for example, was one of the first teachers after the transition out of residential schools to teach in what was called a day Head Start program for 4- and 5-year-olds for Indigenous children on the Blood Reserve. It was the first transition to students of that age being at home, not in a residential school. Ultimately, this legislation could reduce the number of Indigenous children in care. It is well designed, which means what to be seen. On C-91, we heard from many witnesses who indicated they had not been consulted or their advice was unheeded. First of all, we heard in C-91 that they'd spent extensive consultation. Then it sort of from witnesses talked about 6 months. Then it got down to actually it was only 3 months that there was an attempt at consultations. Then we heard about it was only weeks. So this is a challenge when you say you've done extensive consultations. What really did happen? Given that C-92 aims to give Indigenous communities more jurisdiction over their foster care program, I would hope the government will actually listen to the witnesses they have coming to their committee. Otherwise, this is just one more colonialism of the government that is claimed that it's trying not to be. C-91, there was a lot of witnesses with a variety of opinions that didn't match the legislation. They needed more consultation. Indigenous Day, we had again, when I was on the committee, a tremendous amount of variety of witnesses with different opinions. And again, it was the government making the decision with their legislation. I understand First Nations, Inuit, Métis continue to be overrepresented in Canada's foster care system. According to 2016 census data from Statistics Canada, there are almost 15,000 foster children in private homes under the age of 15 who are Indigenous. 52% of foster children in Canada. Obviously, the current system is not working well for Indigenous youth. I respect the government is taking measures they will believe that will address this situation. Even they waited until the very last minute to introduce this legislation. Bill C-92 would emphasize the need to focus on prevention rather than apprehension. Great. When apprehension has been deemed in the child's best interest, the legislation provides an order of preference for the placement of an Indigenous child with a family member or a member of their community, and stresses siblings should be kept together when in their best interest. This seems like a good approach, but will it work? Well, I have only recently reviewed the legislation. I look forward to learning more about the government intends to execute this plan. That's where we will find out if it works. I trust that committee is receiving valuable testimony from witnesses on how to fix potential flaws in the bill, as there were in C-91, and how to make it better. I do have a particular concern about this legislation in coordination with the province and territories. I understand on the day the bill was tabled, Saskatchewan Social Services Minister Paul Merriman told APTN the federal government chose not to collaborate with provinces and territories to develop this legislation. As in with C-91, the communication for education system we heard from the grassroots people in the education systems in the Indigenous communities, there was no consultation with them. Again, the provinces are saying there was not consultation with them. This is a problem. Jurisdiction over this file may get complicated. I hope this will be addressed in committee. It's a better piece of legislation if the committee actually addresses some of the problems, just like in C-91. Last thing we want to do is spend this time on legislation, have it be in courts, and have it be appealed through that process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. We seem to have a little bit of time. We'll have time for one question, and then we'll come back for more questions after. The Honourable Member for Saint-Vidal's Parliamentary Secretary to Indigenous Services.
Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital. I thank the Honourable Member for his speech, and I know that jurisdiction has been front and center in some of the discussion on the other side. I think it's important to involve provinces, territories, but does the Honourable Member agree that the ultimate jurisdictional issue, the inherent jurisdiction, belongs to Indigenous nations?
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As in C-91, when we had constitutional lawyers there, they said the legislation wasn't written for that to occur. There was problems in jurisdiction, and that was one of the problems of C-91. So in C-92, I hope it's written to actually do that, because in C-91, constitutional lawyers say you've got a problem here as the way it's written on who's got the authority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member will have 4 minutes and 9 seconds coming to him when we return from question period. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was pleased to host the first very successful Sinhalese Heritage Day on the Parliament Hill on April 27, with about 500 Sinhalese Canadians. I would like to thank Edward Anura Ferdinand and his team at the Sri Lanka Canada Association of Ottawa for their dedication in organizing this. I would also like to recognize the SLCAO Seniors Group, Hilda Jayawardena Ramaya Temple of Ottawa, Sri Lanka United National Association of Toronto, Canada Sri Lanka Sinhalese Association of Toronto, Canada Sri Lanka Association of Toronto, Sri Lanka Canada Association of the Atlantic Region, Sri Lanka Canada Association of Manitoba, Friends of Sri Lanka in Manitoba, Friends of Sri Lanka in Montreal, Toronto Sri Lankan Student Alumni Alliance. The event showed how, while integrating into Canadian society, we do keep in touch with our heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Number 4, Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great sadness that I rise today to say farewell to Robert Wagner Dowling, who passed away at age 95, leaving behind his wife, Olga, and his 2 children, Laurie and Robert. Bob grew up on a farm in Ohatton, Alberta. He was an avid baseball player, an award-winning singer, an explorer, a Royal Canadian Air Force pilot during World War II, a pharmacist, and a politician, and most of all, a husband and father. His love for the mountains brought him to Jasper, where he served the community as a pharmacist and was active volunteer in so many organizations. He was a member of the Legislative Assembly of Alberta, a cabinet minister, president of the Alberta Chamber of Commerce, a board member of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, a lifelong Legion supporter. Just a great human being who gave his all to the community of Jasper, the province of Alberta, and this great country. Bob will be profoundly missed by his family and many friends and associates from coast to coast to coast. Rest well, my friend. Hear, hear.
Member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, homelessness in our veteran community is unacceptable in Canada. One homeless veteran is one too many. As a member of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, the well-being of the brave women and men who put their lives on the line for our nation is a top priority for me and our government. This is why I introduced a motion last year at the committee to study homelessness in our veteran community. After working collaboratively with colleagues from all sides on this study, I'm proud to share that this week our committee tabled our report, Moving Towards Ending Homelessness Among Veterans. In our report, we submitted 10 concrete recommendations to address homelessness in our veteran community. Currently, there are 3,000 to 5,000 veterans who are homeless or at risk of homelessness in Canada. This is a problem that can be solved, and the time to act is now. I want to thank all the witnesses who appeared before our committee and shared their personal and powerful stories. They were prepared to lay down their lives for our country, and we are prepared to fulfill our sacred obligation to them. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Happy World Press Freedom Day, a day we recommit ourselves to a truly free and independent media. And while some of us in politics can relate to the sentiment from Napoleon that said, 4 hostile newspapers are more to be feared than 1,000 bayonets, we all must remain dedicated to that free expression. But around the world, Mr. Speaker, the trend is troubling. The recent report from Reporters Without Borders shows that only a quarter of the world enjoys a truly free press. Far too many journalists continue to face persecution and even death when trying to expose the truth in repressive regimes. Here in Canada, critical stories like the opioid crisis, the Cambridge Analytica scandal, and the SNC-Lavalin debacle were all exposed by a professional and determined press corps. As Albert Catus once said, a free press can, of course, be good or bad, but most certainly, without freedom, the press will be anything but bad. Our colleagues in the media, we thank you for your diligence, dedication, and passion. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 2 weeks now, Canadians living along the shores of the Rivière-des-Mille-Îles have had to deal with record floods. The level of the water is already a historic record. I'd like to salute the exemplary work of the mayors in my part of the country, as well as town councillors who have been working full out to support their fellow citizens. I also want to thank municipal employees, first responders, firefighters, the police force, and the Canadian Armed Forces. Also, the many volunteers who have spared no effort to help the flood victims. And I want to emphasize the assistance, the spontaneous help that we got from a city bordering my riding. I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to those who gave their time and energy. Nevertheless, it's important to continue because the work has only just begun. Thank you.
Brampton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, this is a shout out to Canadian farmers, ranchers, and the whole agriculture industry. In April, I had the opportunity to attend the Canadian Produce Marketing Association trade show in Montreal. Mr. Speaker, I've been around agriculture for a long time, but it continues to amaze me. Canadian agriculture is high-tech, it's environmentally beneficial, and it's a front runner in the world for safe, nutritious quality. Also, Mr. Speaker, from April the 30th to May the 5th, 4-H Canada youth are in Ottawa for their annual Citizenship Congress, and as a 4-H alumni, we all want to welcome them. The knowledge and experience that they gain will last a lifetime. Mr. Speaker, as students also prepare for college and university, remember that the agriculture industry is an exciting and rewarding career for a broad reach from robotics to biochemistry to business management. So for each graduate also, there are 4 jobs available. So thank you to all Canadian agriculture producers for what you do for our families.
Honourable member for Central Nova.
Second day back home on the Northumberland Strait. After being delayed by weather through this week, the boats are finally going to hit the water to haul in our precious and world-class Nova Scotia lobster. Last week, the fishing boats along the beautiful eastern shore hauled out and set their traps, and today fishermen on the blue waters of the Northumberland Strait are going to do the same. The seafood caught off our shores, Mr. Speaker, gets exported to markets in Europe, Asia, the United States, and beyond. Last year alone, Nova Scotia's exports in the industry were valued at more than $2 billion. Simply put, our seafood is the best in the world, and people know about it. To support the sector, we've made investments like the $325 million Atlantic Fisheries Fund. We've repaired or replaced 9 local wharves in my riding. We're adding new cold storage facilities at the Halifax Airport and Ballantyne's Cove. We're legislating protection of the owner-operator model for the inshore fishery, and we're assuring that the sector has the tools and support they need to succeed for generations and to help keep rural communities alive. To everybody back home setting traps today or hauling in a catch, I wish you a safe and bountiful season. I encourage all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to come visit me at home and enjoy a taste of world-famous Nova Scotia lobster.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Today in the House to talk about an incredible young girl from my riding of Sudbury. Daniela Gartoli, a grade 5 student at RL Beatty Public School, took part in the eye-level orbicular speech contest and was one of 4 gold medals in North America. This year's subject was about one thing that she could change in the world. Originally, her speech was going to be about gender parity, but while she was at the grocery store, she got inspired by another subject. She decided to talk about eliminating hunger. She says, and I quote, "It is sad to think of even one child going to bed hungry. To know millions will is heartbreaking. We need to do better. Everybody deserves to eat." I couldn't agree with her more. So Daniela's public speaking journey is far from done, as she's been invited to take part in the eye-level Model UN camp in South Korea this August. Daniela, not only do you make Sudbury proud, you make Canada proud, and I agree with you that we need to do better to eliminate hunger. Merci, Mr. President.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
The Prime Minister participated in the National Prayer Breakfast and chose to read from Matthew 25. It speaks of caring for the hungry, thirsty, naked, strangers, those ill and in prison. And whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of Christ, you did for him. This scripture is the essence of the Christian community in Canada. Matthew 5:37 says, just say a simple yes, I will, or no, I won't. Be honest, simply speak the truth. The Prime Minister said the 2019 Canada Summer Jobs application would be different. Accidental overreach would be fixed. When I signed off on the 2019 funds awarded in my riding, Christian summer camps were included. I and they were deceived. They were subsequently asked for additional information and they lost their funding. The Prime Minister has misled Canadians, giving the impression of inclusiveness within diversity when he's clearly punishing and excluding millions of Canadians who meet the needs of the very people he read about in Matthew 25. Sadly, the Prime Minister is not as advertised.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to acknowledge and applaud the resilience and solidarity of people affected by floods throughout the Outaouais. At this very moment, while thousands of sandbags are being filled, hundreds of people are losing their homes. There are more than 7 states of emergency, 10,000 people evacuated, and 7,000 homes have been flooded. This is a devastating tragedy. And where would we be without our local heroes? Our firefighters, our volunteers, our police force, first responders, neighbours, and especially the Canadian Armed Forces.
Homes and feeding those hungry volunteers, these local heroes have been relentless as they help those in need. And I've witnessed so many stressful situations, heard so many stories of urgent evacuations, and the community support has been nothing short of spectacular. As water levels have risen, so have the Pontiac's community efforts grown. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Laval. Mr. Speaker, the Mayor of Mont-Tremblant, Luc Brisebois, just announced that beginning June 21st, bus service will be free for everyone. This measure is for everyone: workers, employers, students, families, the elderly, and even tourists. This measure will help reduce greenhouse gases. It shows that we can and must combine economic development and protection of the environment. Everything we do alone or as a community has a major impact on the fight against climate change. Public transit is one of the best ways to support the environment. And Mont-Tremblant is in the forefront with respect to public transit. We're sending a strong message about the future. To the people in Mont-Tremblant and all bus users, I say thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the Prime Minister entered office with a whole lot of promises. He led Quebecers to believe that he was going to save them from Stephen Harper and that Quebec would prosper. But 4 years later, Quebecers see that, like his father, the Prime Minister does not like Quebec. Here are the facts. Instead of helping Davie Shipyard workers, they've effectively cancelled the contract for the Astérix. He legalized marijuana, but it's Quebec and the other provinces who are going to have to pay for it. They're still waiting to be reimbursed. Quebec signed an agreement with the federal government to preserve Quebec's demographic weight and ensure its distinct character. But now this agreement seems worthless. All Quebec's simple asks are simply dismissed out of hand. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers deserve better.
Oakville North, Burlington.
I'm proud to represent a community where so many of my constituents, in addition to their advocacy on environmental issues, make environmentally conscious choices in their day-to-day lives, such as reducing their usage of plastic or driving zero-emission vehicles. We know that more Canadians are choosing to drive zero-emission vehicles as an increasing number of models become available and prices decline. Regrettably, last year the Conservatives in Ontario cancelled the electric and hydrogen vehicle incentive program, and a number of my constituents reached out to me to share their disappointment and frustration. Fortunately, our government is taking action and has proposed strategic investments to help more Canadians choose zero-emission vehicles, including $300 million over 3 years to introduce a new federal purchase incentive that came into effect May 1st of up to $5,000 for electric battery or hydrogen fuel cell vehicles with a retail price less than $45,000. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Speaker, I rise today to speak about challenges facing many of my constituents who are older adults. They're living on pensions that have not kept up with the rising cost of living and are inadequate in meeting their needs. Some are struggling to stay in their family homes, while others face major challenges finding affordable housing. Phone and internet costs are among the highest in the world. Seniors struggle to afford these services on a fixed income, yet they are necessary for safety reasons, maintaining family and social connections, or accessing government services. I recently heard from a constituent that the medical benefits she received at work were unfairly discontinued when she turned 65. The high cost of prescription drugs in Canada is another major burden for seniors. The NDP has a plan to build more affordable housing, lower telecommunication fees, implement universal comprehensive public pharmacare. And in addition, we are calling for a national senior strategy so all Canadians can retire and age with dignity. Our older adults deserve no less.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, in 2015, many Canadians voted for the Prime Minister and his promised sunny ways. He advertised himself to Canadians as a new kind of politician. He promised to be ethical and transparent, but the Prime Minister and these Liberals have faced 5 ethics investigations, and this Liberal Prime Minister was found guilty of breaking the law. He even used his majority to shut down 2 investigations into his scandals. He promised to help ordinary Canadians get ahead and to lower taxes, but he's handing out millions of dollars to his billionaire friends and forcing everyday Canadians to pay for it through higher prices on necessities with his carbon tax grab. He promised to balance the budget by 2019, or was it going to balance itself? Either way, Canadians are still stuck with a massive deficit, and the deficits caused by the Prime Minister's reckless spending are condemning future generations of Canadians to higher taxes to pay for his broken promises. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's promises of sunny ways are long gone. Turns out the Prime Minister is not as advertised.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Communities across New Brunswick are feeling the impact of springtime floods. This year, flooding along the St. John River has once again reached historic levels. Last week in Fredericton alone, the water level caused the closure of much of the downtown. Les bureaux, les écoles et les rues.
Offices, schools, and streets have been closed. Almost 500 people have had to leave their homes. We thank first responders, members of the Canadian Armed Forces, and above all, the volunteers who worked flat out to make others safe and secure.
To shoulder with the communities affected. We will cover the cost of deploying Canadian troops because we know their work at home is as valuable and vital as it is abroad. We're working together to solve the immediate problems caused by this flood, but we're also looking at the long term. These record floods and their frequency are not a coincidence. They are the result of climate change. We're working to mitigate their damage and make sure future generations do not need to bear their terrible burden.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, canola and now pork producers are being punished by the Chinese government because of Liberal incompetence. But rather than acknowledging that China is blocking our ag products for political reasons, the minister is blaming the pork industry, saying that after exporting pork to China for decades, our farmers have suddenly become incompetent and are filling out paperwork incorrectly. A claim based on nothing more than propaganda from the Chinese government. When will the Liberals stop repeating Beijing's spin and start fighting for the Canadian pork industry?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Canadian producers provide good global quality pork. The system is subject to inspections. The Canadian Embassy has been informed in 2019 that China was temporarily suspending imports from 2 facilities in Canada, pork facilities, because of labeling. This is limited to 2 facilities. The situation remains unchanged for all other facilities for pork exports to China. The CFIA is currently investigating and working with the Chinese authorities to lift the suspension.
It's incredibly naive, Mr. Speaker. It's time we start pushing back against these bullies and what they're doing to our producers. Conservatives have suggested a number of ways to do that, including launching a complaint at the WTO. But the Liberal Ag Minister says that they won't launch a challenge because they don't feel it's just the right moment. Our producers are suffering millions of dollars, and the livelihood of thousands are at stake. So if now is not the right time to launch a challenge at the WTO, when is the right time?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
The member knows that we have 3 pillars of strategy. One is to engage the Chinese at the scientific level. The other is to provide a support program for producers. And there is an alignment across the country, including provincial governments, the industry, the Canola Association itself, and to also expand our export markets. We intend to do that through trade missions to Japan, to Korea, to Europe, and to South America. We understand that this is a very difficult moment for our producers. We stand with them.
Good job.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, they're failing miserably, Mr. Speaker. And now we've just learned from the Globe and Mail that the Liberals are funding a research position where applicants who are critical of Huawei are being screened out. They're told they need not apply. Now, where have we heard this before? If you disagree with dear Liberal leader, you best keep quiet. Mr. Speaker, top security experts and governments around the world are putting up warnings and cutting ties with Huawei. But the Liberals are not only ignoring these concerns, they're partnering up with Beijing and playing right into China's hands. Why?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I think as the honourable member will know, we have been conducting an extensive examination of the whole range of issues around 5G technology. We want to ensure that Canadians get the full benefits of that technology. At the same time, we want to make sure that it is absolutely safe and secure, and we will ensure that safety and security in our telecommunication system is never compromised.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, after having lost control at the border and having allowed ISIS traitors to freely roam our streets, we've now learned that the National Sciences and Engineering Research Council is filtering candidates for an advisor position and blocking those who have strong political opinions on Huawei. This behavior by the minister is of great concern because he doesn't give a hoot about Canadian security. Why are they trying to block people who are concerned about China from having a say?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Universities across Canada work with various partners on joint research projects across all disciplines. The freedom to pursue ideas across borders and across disciplines is what allows real scientific insight and innovation to take place. Our national security agencies work diligently and efficiently to monitor for security threats and have measures in place to protect Canada's systems. We will follow the advice of our public security officials and would only work with partners that had their approval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I think the people opposite, the Parliamentary Secretary, simply doesn't understand the purpose of the question. The question was that the Research Council, Natural Sciences and Engineering Council, is filtering people, and when those people have strong concerns about Huawei, they're not allowed to apply. So why is the government preventing people with opinions against Huawei and China the opportunity to speak?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, science and research are inherently open in nature. Researchers and universities work with industry partners across all sectors of the economy to develop new knowledge and applications that benefit Canadians. When universities partner with an organization, NSERC organizes a peer review process that avoids individuals who have conflicts or relationships with the applicants or partner organization, ensuring proposals are reviewed solely on the basis of their scientific merit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
The Prime Minister said that he would be different, that he would change things in Ottawa. Gone are the days of partisan appointments, and we're going to clean up the Senate. Well, Mr. Speaker, not only are the Liberals using a partisan database to see if judges made donations to the Liberal Party, they're doing the same thing with senators. So much for transparency. The Liberals have shown on several occasions that their priority isn't people, but the Liberal brand. Are they not at least a little bit ashamed of putting all of their nominations through a partisan filter?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we're very proud of the process for appointing candidates to the Senate and judges to the bench. As regards judges, look at our record. We have used all tools to verify the merit of these candidates. Secondly, we have come through with a situation where we have the greatest diversity on the bench, from visible minorities, Indigenous peoples, women, and from the LGBTQ community. That is what Canadians expect from us as a government, and that it... The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals had promised Canadians that there would be transparency and openness in the appointment process. Appointments will be made based on merit and skills. But no, what are the Liberals doing? They're using a partisan tool to determine whether the potential candidates have given to the Liberal Party or whether they voted during the past leadership race. levels of support with the Liberal Party should never influence the appointment of a judge or a senator. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister to do politics differently. What about that promise? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I appreciate another question opposite, but here are the facts. The facts are that we consulted, we did due diligence to verify these candidates. We appointed candidates from all political parties to judicial positions. 75%.
Judges in this country have no affiliation to or donation history with the Liberal Party of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Desnete, Mississippi Churchill River.
Speaker, the Prime Minister and his office are spending their time on the Prime Minister's most important relationship. But sadly, it's not with Indigenous people. He continues to prioritize helping Liberals get ahead while Indigenous people struggle with this government's broken promises. Communities in my riding are struggling with access to safe and affordable housing, to good-paying local jobs, and to quality medical care near home. When will the Prime Minister be true to his word and act to help First Nations communities?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. Since being elected in 2015, we have invested $21 billion of new money in infrastructure, in education, in employment. We've removed 83 long-term water drinking advisories. We announced $1.2 billion for Jordan's Principle in Winnipeg last week. Mr. Speaker, I am very proud of the work that we've done on Indigenous issues with the leadership of our Prime Minister.
The member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Liberal talking points. Just don't cut it, Mr. Speaker. Because the Liberals promise transparency, and instead what the Liberals have given to Canadians is probably the most cynical government in Canadian history. This Liberal government is shamelessly, outrageously partisan and runs judges' appointments and Senate appointments through a partisan Liberal lens. That's what they care about. What other appointments have the Prime Minister and this government run through the partisan Liberal donor database to make sure the person was good for the Liberal Party? Aren't they just a little bit of shame?
The Honourable Minister.
Government ran on a platform to make the Senate more independent, more transparent, and to ensure that Liberal senators would be more able to work independently. Unlike the previous government, Mr. Speaker, who appointed partisan people who were completely ingrained in their party, we have made a difference in the Senate, and the quality of these senators in the other place demonstrate just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. I just want to remind the honourable members of the rules. You ask a question respectfully and you listen to the answer respectfully, not shouting while the person is trying to answer or trying to ask the question for that matter. The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the government is restricting snow crab harvesters in the Gulf of St. Lawrence, claiming they're protecting the North Atlantic right whale, but they're actually causing more harm. Heavy ice delays, coupled with the government's decision to reduce the number of traps available, may cause fishermen to fish right through the migration season of the whale. Will the Minister of Fisheries commit to raising the trap limit so that fishermen in New Brunswick and PEI can get their traps out of the water before the whales arrive?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries, Ocean and Coast Guard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have worked very closely with fish harvesters in Atlantic Canada as we develop the measures for the fishing season, but also with respect to protecting the North Atlantic right whales. We have worked very hard to ensure that we've incorporated the feedback from fish harvesters and have met very extensively with them. Those measures, I think, were fairly well received by fish harvesters. We're working very actively through the Canadian Coast Guard to ensure we are opening up all of the harbours as quickly as we possibly can so that harvesters can get out to fish crab.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, they better work quickly before the Chinese ban seafood exports. China's been throwing our citizens in prison, committing others to death, and the response of this Prime Minister?
Nothing.
Nothing, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, they even rejected calls from many voices, including ours, for a WTO trade challenge. We have no ambassador, and the crisis gets worse every week. Canadians are paying the price for this Prime Minister's weak leadership. When will they stop the excuses, appoint an ambassador to China, and turn around this crisis?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs is in close contact with the most important families of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor. These cases are about arbitrary decisions by the Chinese government. We're working very hard in a concerted, organized way to address these deeply concerning arbitrary detentions. The member opposite should understand that by leveraging our international allies, we can make China realize the consequences of its actions. That is why we are constantly engaging with our allies and will continue to work with them and thank Australia, the EU, France, Germany, the UK, Netherlands, Lithuania,
Member for Bow River. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's plan to phase out the Canadian resource sector has been a disaster in my riding of Bow River. Now his mismanagement of our international relationships is making matters even worse. Increasing the loan limit for canola farmers is a slow, late start. It doesn't stop past harvest seed from turning rancid in the bins. Why doesn't this government care enough about canola farmers to appoint an ambassador to China, launch a WTO complaint, and stop funding construction of pipelines? Where? In China!
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our government is concerned for the future for canola producers and all producers. For months now, the government has been working for 2 months on resolving this issue. Canada produces the best canola in the world, and we have full confidence in our food and high leading-edge inspection system.
For Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. China continues to block canola imports due to baseless claims. For 2 months, our canola producers have been waiting for this Prime Minister to show some leadership and to stand up for their interests. Instead, the Prime Minister has let China walk all over him. Our canola producers are being penalized for the Prime Minister's failed leadership. And now, pork farmers are the latest victims of his diplomatic disaster. When will the Prime Minister stand up to China and defend Canadian producers?
The Honourable Minister of Trade Diversification.
Speaker, in this federation, when an industry, when a sector or a region are suffering pain, the country reacts, as the country reacted this week. And it was also the best of Canadian federalism because not only was it the Government of Canada, but it was the Premier of Saskatchewan, it was ministers of trade across the West, it was the Canola Council itself, it was producers working as one. The only ones who were offside are the Conservatives in this House.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, in 2015, Canada could boast of a trade record with the United States, South Korea, and the European Union. But after 4 years of the Prime Minister's weak leadership, we can't name a single country where Canada's relations are better off. Now we learn that Canada's world-class pork is being targeted by China. Canola was just the beginning. When will the Prime Minister stand up for Canada by challenging China at the WTO and appoint an ambassador to resolve this crisis?
The Honourable Minister.
Since this government came to power, we have signed trade agreements with the European Union, NAFTA 2, the CPTPP, meaning 1.5 billion customers around the world are in our free trade zone. We are the only G7 country that has a free trade agreement with the other 6.
I'm having a hard time hearing the answer. If you just keep it down for a bit. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, maybe I should speak in softer tones so they'll listen. We are the only G7 country with a free trade agreement with the other 6. We are in an enviable position worldwide. Already the results are in that because of these negotiations, our exports are increasing.
For Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's relation with China at historic low, and it's clear that the Prime Minister is in over his head. Earlier this week, the Liberals took the leader's advice, our leader's advice, and finally announced support for Canadian canola farmers that have been paying the price for the Prime Minister's weak leadership. So far, his failed leadership has only made things worse. When will the Prime Minister start taking this issue seriously and appoint a new ambassador to China?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the total amounts will go from $400,000 to $1 million. The interest-free portion will go from $100,000 to $500,000. Our partners, the Premier of Saskatchewan, industry stakeholders, have worked together. We will continue to work with them as quickly as we can for canola producers. We are resolved to resolve this issue, Mr. Speaker.
For Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, today students in my riding will be protesting with youth across the country, calling for urgent action to avert a climate catastrophe. The Liberals' climate change plan exempts the biggest polluters and fails to meet even Stephen Harper's weak targets. We need a bold plan that reduces emissions while creating sustainable jobs for workers. We can do this by committing to renewable energy, retrofitting homes, expanding public transit, and investing in clean manufacturing. So when will this government stop praising its failed climate plan and commit to a version of a Green New Deal to ensure a livable future for all?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
To welcome the NDP to the conversation that began under our government several years ago. I want to say thank you to all the young people who were protesting today across Canadian communities, trying to raise awareness about this existential threat to our existence in Canada and across the world. The fact is, we've introduced measures after negotiating with provinces and territories, Indigenous communities, industry, environmental stakeholders, is going to have a meaningful impact on reducing our emissions. Our plan includes putting a price on pollution that's going to make life more affordable and bring emissions down. We're making the largest investment in public transit. Our plan has over 50 measures. This is a game-changing plan. It's going to make a difference for our economy and for our country.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, urgent climate action on the climate change is before us. We are still waiting for leadership from this government. In the UK, the Parliament has just triggered a state of emergency on the climate change. What's happening here? The government's buying an old pipeline and siding with large companies like Loblaws. Mr. Speaker, people have taken to the streets to call for the government to take responsibility. What is the Liberal government waiting for to listen to them and to take some action for the environment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we have a Made in Canada plan, and I would invite the Honourable Member opposite to take a look at the Pan-Canadian Framework on Climate Change or the Clean Canada Report. I have a copy in my desk. I'd be pleased to table in this House after question period, should you allow. Mr. Speaker, our plan includes putting a price on pollution, phasing out coal by 2030. By that year, 90% of electricity in Canada will be generated from clean resources. We're investing in green infrastructure, green technology. The fact is we're moving towards a low-carbon economy because we know it's the right thing for our kids and our grandkids who deserve to benefit from the same natural environment that too many of us took for granted when we were kids.
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to have confidence in the integrity of their government, and right now they do not. My colleague from Thornhill has written to the RCMP to ask them to investigate whether the Prime Minister broke the law when he accepted the gift of a vacation to a tropical island from someone who was lobbying his government. Canadians deserve answers, and they deserve them now. Will the Prime Minister cooperate with any such investigation, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to offices of Parliament, and the independence of the police force, we on this side will always have the utmost respect for them, and we always will cooperate with them. And as I said yesterday, it's only the Conservatives that would have to ask that question, because for 10 years under Stephen Harper, they spent their time undermining offices of Parliament, and unfortunately under their new leader, they continue to do the same. But when it comes to this matter, Mr. Speaker, there was an investigation, a report was issued, the Prime Minister accepted responsibilities and accepted the findings. Mr. Speaker, we have confidence in our institutions, and I'd encourage the Conservatives to have a little bit of confidence in them as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, 152 years of existence, never in our history has a sitting Prime Minister been found guilty of violating a code of ethics. On 5 occasions, the current Prime Minister was found to have violated ethics rules under the Aga Khan. Now, Mr. Speaker, my question is this one. It's very clear. Since the Aga Khan Foundation lobbies the government, We are asking the RCMP to investigate. Will the government ensure that the Prime Minister fully cooperates in the investigation?
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I said in English, on this side of the House, we respect our officers of Parliament and the independence of the police force. We will always work with them. We have confidence in them doing their work independent of government. But as we saw yesterday with the member for Carleton, the Conservatives questioned and challenged the independence of our institutions. We respect their work. We know full well that the committee has done work, provided a report. We accepted the findings. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the Minister's efforts in French. But remember that in 2013, the current Prime Minister talked about his admiration for the Chinese dictatorship. And look at the relations we have with China now. Since the Prime Minister has been in position, we've lost the ambassador. Two companies can't sell their product to China. Two Canadians have been arrested. There's the embargo on canola. And what's the government doing? It's maintaining its $256 million investment in the...
C'est fini. L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
It's clear that the Conservatives want to continue to turn their back on the world, but under our Prime Minister and our government, we are working with our allies to help build infrastructure in some of the most underdeveloped countries. Mr. Speaker, we take no lessons from the Conservatives. We will work with our allies. We understand that a strong global economy is good for Canada and good for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, what's good for Canadians is investing in Canadian infrastructure. Right. In Perth Wellington, there are millions of dollars worth of critical infrastructure projects left unfunded due to delays by these Liberals. Yet while the Liberal government is giving $250 million to fund infrastructure in China through the China-led Asia Infrastructure Bank, critical local infrastructure is left to crumble. Why are these Liberals paying to build roads, bridges, and pipelines in China while allowing key local infrastructure here in Canada to crumble?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, how rich from the Conservatives, the Conservatives who never took infrastructure seriously, the Conservatives who never took infrastructure seriously, whose grand accomplishment was a fake lake and a gazebo. Under our government, we've approved 4 times as many projects, and they should be talking to Premier Ford, who right now is blocking infrastructure. Right. Let's get it done. That's right.
I could shout order, but I'm not sure it does any good. I just want to wait for everybody to calm down. And I want to remind the honourable members that when somebody asks a question, we listen respectfully. And when they answer the question, we ask a question, we want to hear the answer. So we listen respectfully. Now we'll try it out again here. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Coastal communities in BC have suffered through Liberal and Conservative mismanagement of Pacific wild salmon. With cuts to DFO and habitat protection being gutted, our salmon are in danger. Leaders like Bob Chamberlain, who have fought hard for wild salmon, want to hear a bold recovery plan. The Liberal government spent billions of dollars on a leaky pipeline that will increase tanker traffic in our sensitive marine environment, putting salmon and whales at risk. When will this government get its priorities right?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, we certainly agree that the gutting of the Fisheries Act by the previous Conservative government was a terrible thing, and we are restoring lost protections through the new Fisheries Act, which is presently before the other chamber. We have invested $142 million alongside Premier Horgan of British Columbia for habitat restoration, which is the largest single investment in salmon habitat restoration in the history of this country. We have worked to ensure that we are managing the fisheries in an effective way. underway. We are convening a broad conversation of stakeholders on issues around predation from seals and sea lions. We have a bold and comprehensive plan to ensure that we are doing what is necessary to recover and restore salmon populations.
Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, nearly 6 million people don't have access to high-speed internet, and the Liberals are telling them to wait until 2030. Everyone should have access to a strong internet connection, no matter where they are, in downtown Toronto or in Essex County on a farm. Internet and cell phone bills are ridiculous in Canada. We pay more than most countries in the world. In Essex, people need access to reliable, affordable internet and cell service for work, for education, and for safety. Why are Liberals denying rural Canadians, like the people in Essex, affordable, reliable internet? My question is simple. Why are Liberals ignoring the needs of rural communities?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development.
Mr. President, I disagree with the Honourable Member. Broadband is essential for helping rural Canadians grow their businesses and access services and new skills. Our government has made significant investment in broadband infrastructure. We connected 90% of households by 2021. Also in Budget 2019, we're making ambitious new commitments to go further with high-speed internet, connecting 95% of households by 2026. Where you live in Canada should not limit the participation in the digital economy. We have a real plan, and we're going to make it happen.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, today, May 3rd, is World Press Freedom Day. As we celebrate the independence of the media, we shouldn't forget that the free press is a pillar of our democracy. Let us pay tribute to the journalists who continue to do their excellent work, and let's remember those who have lost their lives while carrying out their duties. Can the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism remind us of the initiatives that this government has taken to support the press and defend journalists and their independence? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, the member for Madawaska-Restigouche, for his question. I'd like to acknowledge the courage of journalists who take risks in order to keep us informed.
Threatened, jailed, harassed, and murdered around the world. In Canada, freedom of the press is a fundamental Canadian value protected by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We took action to support journalism. We will continue to defend press freedom both at home and abroad because it is a pillar of our democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
The Liberals have committed $250 million to build pipelines in China. The Liberals are wasting Canadian tax dollars in the Asian Infrastructure Bank, which doesn't benefit Canadian companies or create Canadian jobs. In fact, I was touring the union lodges of boilermakers and pipe fitters last week, and 70% of their members are out of work. 70%. Why are the Liberals wasting our tax dollars in China and not building pipelines in Canada and getting our skilled tradespeople back to work?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, as a member very well knows that we have approved Line 3 replacement project, the pipeline, as well as we support Keystone XL. As we know, Mr. Speaker, we also make sure that we are moving forward in the right way on TMX, something that the Conservatives don't understand. The rule of law is something that they do not respect. Meaningful engagement with the Indigenous peoples is something that they never even think about. For us, making sure that we move forward in the right way, in a responsible way, is what Canadians expect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government has sent $250 million in Canadian taxpayer dollars to the Asian Infrastructure Bank. This means that the Batui bypass is getting built in Asia with Canadian dollars. But there's no money for projects like the Bradford bypass or the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund in York Simcoe. Why is this Prime Minister funding infrastructure projects in other countries instead of supporting projects here in Canada that actually matter to Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I find it very surprising that the Conservatives continue to be fixated on an investment which is helping Canadian businesses abroad. And when it comes to infrastructure investments here, we've approved close to 4,800 projects domestically. That's leading to more transit, more housing, more water systems for the victims of the floods. You know why? Because we believe climate change is real, and it would be helpful if the Conservatives would start making that acknowledgement as well. We're going to keep building in this province, Mr. Speaker, and in this country for all Canadians. Thank you.
Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when the finance minister bought Trans Mountain, he said that they were doing so to ensure that construction would begin, quote, immediately. This week, the minister refused to commit to when they would even make a decision on whether or not to build Trans Mountain. Meanwhile, the government is funding the Asian Infrastructure Bank, which is going to finance a pipeline from Kazakhstan to China. Will the minister commit to a start date for the Trans Mountain pipeline in Canada and cancel the investment in pipelines in China?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the Trans Mountain pipeline, we are focused on getting the process right and doing this in the right way. We have informed communities engaged in the Phase 3 consultations that we have now until June 18th to bring consultation to a respectful conclusion and to make a decision on TMX. The Conservatives voted to defund and kill the TMX process. We know that we owe it to Canadians to get this process right. Merci, Mr. President.
For Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Mr. Speaker, China has banned canola seed shipments. They've suspended pork products and put up roadblocks for pea and soybean exports, and they're arbitrarily detaining Canadians. What else is China doing? They're building pipelines with over $250 million in Canadian taxpayer money. Pipelines, ironically, this Liberal government can't seem to get built here in Canada. So when will the Prime Minister shelve his admiration for China's basic dictatorship and pull money from the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, here we have the Conservatives who are focusing on foreign investments which are helping Canadian interests and Canadian companies abroad and are providing important infrastructure initiatives there. But domestically, we've approved 4,800 projects here. That's creating more transit, more housing, more water systems, which are helping the victims of the floods, which you'd think we'd be united on. And instead of focusing on the province of Ontario, which is blocking infrastructure, they should be speaking with Premier Ford to unlock those historic dollars. And you know what? That'll be a game changer. We haven't seen it yet. Why?
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. After missing the greenhouse gas emissions targets,
Order. 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 Thank you. J'essaie d'écouter la...
I'm trying to listen to the Honourable Member's question, but I wasn't able to hear anything. So I'd like her to start over from the beginning so that I can actually hear her question. The Honourable Member. After missing the greenhouse gas emissions targets, the Liberals are also going to miss their conservation targets. Without biodiversity, our planet will die. And young people are protesting this every Friday. The Liberals are nowhere near meeting targets to conserve 70% of terrestrial zones and 10% of marine zones by 2020. In my riding, organizations like Ambiaterra are already doing valuable conservation work. But the $100 million announced by the Liberals won't help raise awareness or monitor the conservation status of natural zones. When will these organizations get the funding that they need to do real work on the ground and to monitor conservation progress?
Oh, the Honourable Minister of the Environment, or Fisheries and Oceans.
Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. Last week I was in Montreal with the Minister of the Environment to host a nature summit which focused very much on biodiversity issues and the decline of biodiversity globally and in Canada. We have committed to 17% terrestrial and 10% marine. We have made substantial progress. In fact, at the Nature Summit, I announced the protection of the Laurentian Channel, which brings us now to 8.3% of the 10% target, which is far higher than the less than 1% that existed under the previous Conservative government. We are determined to meet those targets. It is extremely important for the future of the world, and we will.
Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
The world is facing a plastic waste crisis that's filling up our oceans and clogging our landfills. There's over 1 ton of plastic waste for every single person on the planet. In our lifetime, there will be more plastic than fish by volume in our oceans, and Canada's recycling program isn't doing the job. Over 90% of what we put in our blue boxes is actually ending up in landfills. But we have a solution, Mr. Speaker. A citizens-inspired bill, the Zero Waste Packaging Act, will require all plastic packaging to actually
actually be recyclable or compostable? If Liberals are truly serious about dealing with the plastic waste crisis, will they support our bill?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his commitment to the environment. The fact is plastics are simply choking our oceans right now, and I will undertake to consider the bill he's put forward and revert back to him with the government's position. But in the meantime, we are taking meaningful actions to fight plastic pollution today. We are banning microbeads. We are reducing plastic waste from government operations and eliminating unnecessary single-use plastics within the federal government. We've invested $100 million towards a marine litter mitigation strategy. Through the G7 presidency, which we held last year, we introduced the G7 Oceans Plastics Charter. We've adopted a zero plastic waste strategy with all of our provincial and territorial partners. The time to act on plastics is now, and I'm willing to work with the member to make sure we have meaningful progress.
Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to get confirmation of the Prime Minister's hypocrisy. Potential so-called independent senators are being run through the Liberals' partisan database to determine whether they have had any prior affiliation to the Liberal Party. The Prime Minister wants to know if they have been members of the Liberal Party, attended Liberal events, or even had a Liberal lawn sign before he decides on which candidates to appoint. When will the Prime Minister just admit that his independent Senate isn't so independent?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last election, Canadians were fed up with the partisanship in the other place. In fact, they were so done with all of the shenanigans that were taking place under Stephen Harper's leadership that they were proud that we were going to introduce a new merit-based independent process to appoint senators. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, we now have a majority of senators in the other place that are independent senators that have an incredible history and talent that they have provided to Canadians. They are diverse from all locations across this country, and they are doing an excellent job being sure that that place is...
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré-Île-d'Orléans-Charlevoix.
Mr. Speaker, it's very funny to hear the Liberals on the other side. In January 2014, the Prime Minister kicked senators out of the Liberal caucus. Now, he's trying to make us believe that the newly appointed senators are independent. But the Liberals' nature is stronger than their respect for process or their independence. So it's not surprising that the latest senators to be appointed were appointed because they were big Liberal Party donors. When will the Prime Minister stop lying to us and start respecting the process and telling the truth? Before we hear the answer, I may have misunderstood, but I believe I heard a word where someone was called, well, let's just say the word wasn't parliamentary. I hope that the Honourable Member will withdraw that and apologize. Yes, I apologize. However, we still want him to tell the truth. Well, that's not really an apology.
For Democratic Institutions.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, for years under Stephen Harper's leadership, Canadians said, we've had enough. They said they had had enough of having the Senate be a partisan place that carried out the Prime Minister's order. We changed that process, and we have seen through public surveys that Canadians now have a higher level of trust in the Senate due to these changes. Mr. Speaker, the senators that we appointed in the other place are doing excellent work. They are independent, and partisanship has been lowered.
For Barrie Innisfil.
Oh yes, the Prime Minister's independent Senate. Well, last night, senators who are not on the Liberal donor list were trying to move a motion for an independent Senate hearing into the SNC-Lavalin scandal. But who blocked them, Mr. Speaker? Independent senators that the Prime Minister's office now admits were considered from a partisan Liberal database. The fake, false, and exaggerated pretense of an independent Senate, like everything else the Prime Minister does, is getting tiresome. Why won't the Prime Minister just admit that his independent senators take their marching orders from him?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for the first time in the history of our country, there's people who are able from across the country to put their names forward to be considered to be senators, because it's an open, transparent, merit-based appointment. impeachment process. And the Conservatives will always yell over because they don't want to hear the validity of the process, and they know the Senate is working. The upper chamber has actually offered amendments to this chamber, and we have accepted more amendments on more occasions than the Conservatives ever would have considered. And it's unfortunate because the Conservatives have never had regard for the upper chamber. That's why their Conservative senators remain in their caucus so that they can instruct and tell them what to do. Mr. Speaker, that is not the case on this side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's an eye-opening statistic. People living on reserve in Canada are 18 times more likely to be evacuated as the result of a natural disaster compared to those living off reserve. In recent years, thousands of First Nations people in my home province of British Columbia and across the country have had to evacuate due to wildfires, floods, windstorms, and landslides. We've learned from them many of the failures of the emergency management response system, which ignores their knowledge, traditions, and experiences. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to Indigenous Services please inform this House of the work underway to ensure First Nations are made full partners in emergency management?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member from Fleetwood, Port Kells for his question and for his hard work. The minister was pleased to join First Nations leadership and provincial partners last weekend to sign a tripartite MOU on emergency management in BC. This agreement recognizes First Nations as full partners in emergency management. It ensures ongoing approaches to improve capacity and involve First Nations as full partners. This would not have been possible without the leadership of First Nations Leadership Council. Together, we can and we will build a better, safer, and more inclusive partnership on emergency management with First Nations.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, the out-of-touch Liberals are at it again. First, there was their $12 million gift to the billionaire owners of Loblaws. Now they're giving $500 million to subsidize electric vehicles made in Trump's America. Wow. Now, whether it's Alberta's oil sands or General Motors in Oshawa, this government seems perfectly happy to drive our businesses and jobs out of Canada. Why are the Liberals subsidizing wealthy car buyers and U.S. car builders while everyday Canadians get a carbon tax?
Good question.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, as somebody who believes that climate change is real and that we have an opportunity and an obligation to do something about it, I can't tell you how frustrating it is when I've been standing up here for the last year answering questions and never once receiving a question from a Conservative member of Parliament asking us to do more to protect our environment. The fact is we're making investments in energy efficiency so we can bring emissions down. We're making investments to help make electric vehicles more affordable because we know that's where the future of the industry is. It's also going to help us reduce emissions. And we can do this without costing our economy. And I know in particular, over the past 3 years, our economy has added over 900,000 jobs. But the good news, Mr. Speaker, is not just creating jobs, it's helping people get by and make life more affordable.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Economic prosperity and environmental protection go hand in hand as we grow our economy. My father had a long and distinguished career as a professional forester. He knew sustainable forests create economic prosperity and play a critical role in the most important issues of our time: climate change, innovation, economic opportunities for rural and Indigenous communities. Will the Parliamentary Secretary tell us how our government is investing in the forest industry to provide a sustainable environmental and economic future for all Canadians?
It's a great question.
Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
I thank the member for his great question and his hard work.
That's right.
And I recognize as well as professional foresters, we're the early environmentalists, and that's why our government is supporting a competitive and sustainable forest sector. We're investing nearly $23 million to help FB Innovations, Canada's premier forest sector research institute, to diversify markets and reduce emissions. While our government is growing the forest economy and protecting the environment, conservatives in Ontario are making reckless cuts to emergency forest firefighting and tree planting programs. Mr. Speaker, these cuts will hurt people, hurt jobs, and take us backwards in the fight against climate change. We will continue to invest in this very important sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, every year, 40 troops are trained at the RCMP school, and only one of them is taught exclusively in French. Yes, that's just 1 out of 40. But now it's going to be 0. 0, because the RCMP is setting up a pilot project on bilingual training that will put an end to French-only training. Now, this decision clearly goes against both the spirit and the letter of the Official Languages Act. The Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Official Languages need to review this decision immediately. What are they waiting for? The Honourable Minister for Official Languages. We have no lessons to take from the Conservatives when it comes to protecting linguistic rights. As we've seen recently with what happened in Ontario, that's very clear. What we need to understand is that as a government, we want to strengthen the Official Languages Act because we want to ensure that Francophones all across the country, and Francophiles as well, have access to job opportunities all throughout our system. So that's why I am working closely with my colleague, the Minister for Public Safety, to ensure that linguistic rights in this country and the rights of Francophones are protected. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the Phoenix fiasco has been dragging on for 3 years now, and the Government of Canada still can't pay its own employees properly. And 80,000 new cases are being added to the backlog every month. That's 80,000 families dealing with terrible stress. This government caused the crisis, so I expect this government to resolve it. Will the government commit to, first of all, compensating the victims of Phoenix, and secondly, fixing the problem? Not in 10 years, but before the elections. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, we are determined to solve this problem, which we inherited from the Harper Conservatives. The employees who were laid off, the money that they cut, that was all part of the legacy. We have been dealing with the backlog, and we are working on building a new generation system that will pay our public servants as they need to be paid. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Since January 1st, foreign internet giants have been paying sales tax in Quebec, just like everyone else. But not only have these companies bent to the will of Quebec, the system is actually bringing in twice as much revenue as predicted, Mr. Speaker. Meanwhile, Ottawa is still finding ways to exempt Netflix and co. at the expense of our culture. Now that we know that big internet companies are ready to pay taxes, why is the government insisting on giving them a free pass? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government stands with our artists and creators, and we are clearly showing that. This all comes down to the same question. We expect the same response.
Investments of $3.2 billion in the cultural sector, including the CBC, the Canada Council for the Arts, Telefilm, and the NFB. Because of previous Conservative governments' inaction, our laws on culture predate the Internet, which is why we are...
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Well, another file they haven't dealt with properly. Last week, a train carrying hazardous material derailed in my riding near the town of Assomption. Fortunately, there were no victims and there were no leaks. But on February 6th in Manitoba, nearly 1 million litres of crude oil were spilled in an accident. On February 4th in BC, 3 men died in a derailment. There have been at least 8 major incidents since November, costing 6 people their lives. When will the government hold a public inquiry into the flaws of our rail transport safety system?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister has made it clear to everyone in this House that rail safety is his #1 priority, and that's why he has taken actions to invest in the sector, to advance regulations, and to ensure that we're continuing to improve that safety. And on behalf of everyone in this House, we know that our hearts go out to the family members that were affected by these horrible incidences, and we are taking action to make sure that no family has to suffer in that kind of incident ever again.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot in this House about SNC-Lavalin, but Saskatchewan people are concerned about another multinational construction company accused of corruption. Vinci Construction took $2 billion to build a bypass around Regina that was supposed to cost only $400 million. Will the government investigate to ensure that the federal funds invested in this boondoggle were not misused?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for bringing this matter to the attention of the House and look forward to working with him to look into this matter. But in the meantime, I would point out that this government has made an historic amount of investment in the province of Saskatchewan that will see close to $1 billion flow into that province, including new transit buses in Regina, as well as investments in the Highway 16 interchange project. With the leadership of the Minister of Public Safety and all of our support for the prairies, we will continue to invest in Saskatchewan for the good people of that province, and look forward to working with my colleague. Thank you.
Very good.
And that ends question period for today. Yep, got it. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 4 petitions.
Introduction of Government House Bills. Statements by Ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees.
The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
I have the honour to present in both official languages the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, entitled 2018-2019 Annual Report on the Administration of the Centennial Flame Research Award Act.
Very good.
Introduction of private members' bills. The Honourable Member for Local-Tita-Belt, Mr. Grierson.
For leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Parliament of Canada Act, Management and Direction of the Parliamentary Protective Services. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to introduce a bill that would change Section 7955 Sub 2 of the Parliament of Canada Act relating to the Parliamentary Protective Service. The Act reads, in essence, the Director must be a member of the RCMP. This bill would add the word not and mandate the 2 speakers, without outside intervention, to jointly select the Director of our Integrated Security Force. While we appreciate the RCMP's efforts to integrate the security forces, this bill would give the Crown 3 years to complete the transition back to the House. Nothing in this act would prevent the RCMP from continuing to protect the Prime Minister in the House, nor to call on the RCMP for backup should the need arise. However, all decisions going forward would belong to the House and Senate rather than to the Executive. While it is not a matter for legislation, I hope this will also allow the designated airspace known as CYR 613 to be handed over to the Parliamentary Protective Service. As I consider this to be first and foremost a matter of protecting parliamentary privilege, I ask that this bill be ultimately referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. And I thank the member for Hamilton Centre for his seconding of this bill, demonstrating the cross-party support that it will need to move forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Graham, seconded by Mr. Christopherson, moves that the bill now be read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for
Speaker, it's a privilege to table a motion today, or a petition today, signed by many constituents in my riding of Perth-Wellington. This petition was initiated by the Hahn family of Moncton, Ontario, and it refers to, the petitioner is calling on the government to recognize the inherent right of farmers to save, reuse, select, and exchange and sell their seeds. Very pleased to table this petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Speaker, I have a petition to present today by hundreds of residents across Canada who are drawing attention of the House to the following. The Liberal government has established a prison needle exchange program that will be implemented across Canada by 2019. The Union of Canadian Correctional Officers was not consulted on this plan, which puts their members and Canadian public at risk. The previous Conservative government passed a Drug-Free Prisons Act, which revokes parole for those who are caught using drugs behind bars. And under this new regulation, an inmate who is approved for the Prisoner Needle Exchange program is not required to disclose to the parole board that he or she is on the program. Therefore, the citizens are calling on the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety to end the Prison Needle Exchange program and to implement measures that would increase the safety of correctional officers and the surrounding community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to present e-petition 1955 with 5,730 signatures. This petition calls upon our government to further Canada's space exploration and to develop a new space strategy. This strategy is critical for ridings such as mine, where we have companies such as Honeywell, formerly Comdev, which have been critical to space exploration and to the space industry, aerospace industry in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to present petitions signed by thousands of Canadians urging the government to support the Energy East pipeline. It is time the Liberal government support hardworking men and women in our energy sector. The jobs and livelihoods of thousands of Canadians depend on the pipeline projects to Tidewater. The Liberal government needs to start listening to Canadians and support the energy industry from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Powell River, North Island Powell River. I got that backwards there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm here in the House today to table 3 petitions from the very active members in my constituency. The first one is a call to withdraw Bill C-27. This is an important issue for many of my constituents because before the 2015 federal election, Canadians were clearly promised in writing that defined benefit plans, which have already been paid for by employers and pensioners, should not be retroactively changed into target benefit plans. So the petitioners of this are calling on the Government of Canada to withdraw Bill C-27. The second petition that I have before me today, Mr. Speaker, is a petition to address the opioid crisis. This is a very large concern across my riding, and many of these members from my constituency are from small communities like Port Hardy and Port McNeill, and they want to make sure that this government understands that over 4,000 Canadians died in 2017 and over 2,800 in 2016 due to preventable opioid overdose resulting from fentanyl poisoning sources. The number of preventable deaths has surpassed the total number of deaths of all other public health emergencies in the last 20 years. This is a very serious concern, and those who have died as a result of a preventable opioid overdose from fentanyl poison sources were valued citizens of this country, our children, siblings, spouses, parents, family members, clients, and friends. Mr. Speaker, my constituents are asking the Government of Canada to declare the current opioid overdose of fentanyl poisoning crisis a national public health emergency, that their current drug policy be reformed to decriminalize personal possession, and to create with urgency and immediacy a system to provide safe, unadulterated access to substances so that people who use these substances do not die. The final petition that I have here today is one largely from the community of Zabalas, a community that is beautiful in my riding, and I encourage everybody to go visit. And it is given to the Minister of Rural Economic Development. This one specifically is around the cellular phone service on Highway 19. There are parts of this highway, as this petition says, that are not serviceable by cellular phone service. This is an important public safety concern, as it is sometimes necessary to travel more than 30 minutes to reach a cell phone service area or a landline to contact 911 in case of an accident or in need of roadside assistance. Mr. Speaker, the constituents of my riding are very concerned and hope to see this actively dealt with. Thank you.
Presenting petition, the Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure of presenting 3 petitions today as well. First petition is very important, of course, to Canadians and to everybody that lives in Ottawa and Gatineau, and it's related to Gatineau Park. As most of you know that if you've been there, it's a very special place. It has over 90 endangered plant and 50 endangered animal species. It's one of the most visited parks in Canada. And yet, almost unbelievably, it has no boundaries that are recognized in Canadian law. And so the petition, and this is the second one I've presented on this matter in the last year, ask the House of Commons to adopt legislation to give Gatineau Park the necessary legal protection to ensure its preservation for future generations. It absolutely deserves more protection. I'd like to thank the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society Ottawa Valley chapter for their ongoing caring for Gatineau Park. The second petition is related to farming, and it's concerns about the Plant Breeders Act, which was passed in 2015, which downgraded farmers' rights to save and plant seed from their crops to a mere farmer's privilege, which is now in danger of being restricted or eliminated by regulation. And so the petitioners call upon Parliament to enshrine in legislation the inalienable right of farmers and other Canadians to save, reuse, select, exchange, condition, store, and sell seeds. And they're asking the Government of Canada to refrain from making any regulations under the Plant Breeders' Rights Act that would further erode farmers' rights. Third one is related to old age security. And it's recently, of course, federal government announced the launch of the automatic enrollment process for seniors to the Guaranteed Income Supplement. But it says in that announcement that it will not be applied to every eligible person when they turn 64 years of age. And so this petition asks that the government extend the automatic enrollment of Guaranteed Income Supplement to all seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to present a petition today that was given to me when I visited the Welcome Centre shelter that serves Windsor, Essex. Visited with the women of the shelter there, and they presented me with these petitions asking for better funding for feminist women's organizations. They spoke about the fact that they've been struggling for decades to keep the lights on and the doors open due to a lack of federal core operations funding. They talked about the fact that they're the most underfunded in Canada's nonprofit sector, but they're yet the single most effective means to building better lives for women. They said that the current government of Canada's program funding is insecure, competitive, and takes workers' time away from helping more women. They also said that direct federal funding to women's organizations represents less than 0.01% of total federal program spending. That's only about $1 for every woman in Canada, Mr. Speaker. So they are calling on the Government of Canada to immediately provide secure, multi-year core operational funding to feminist women's organizations and set national standards to ensure quality of access to services and protection of all women.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present two petitions today. The first is from residents of the Tri-Cities, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, and Port Moody in British Columbia, as well as the cities of Burnaby and City of Langley. These petitioners join their voices to those of thousands of Canadians who have already signed petitions that have been tabled in this House, concerned about the promise that was made in the 2015 election that defined benefit plans, pension plans, would not be changed. And when Bill C-27, tabled by the Minister of Finance, attacks directly the issue of defined benefit plans. And so all of these petitioners, and I would say with a big thank you to the BC Retired Teachers Association and the National Association of Federal Retirees, all of them are asking on the Government of Canada to withdraw Bill C-27, an act to amend the Pension Benefit Standards Act. They are concerned about gutting of defined benefit pensions. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is signed by residents of Calgary, Alberta, and they join their voices to thousands of Canadians across the country who have been absolutely opposed to the government's action to impose the excise tax on medical marijuana. And they call on the Government of Canada to support my motion M198, reverse the decision to apply an excise duty to cannabis sold for medical purposes and recognize that medical cannabis should be exempt from the federal goods and services tax. They join their voices to thousands of other Canadians who have said the same thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If a revised response to question 2291, originally tabled on April 29, 2019, and the government's responses to question 2323 to 2338 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately. And then furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I would then ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
It is the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. And the remaining will be tabled. I'm sorry? The remaining questions be allowed to stand. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi.
Government Bills Commons, second reading of Bill C-92, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit and Métis children, youth and families.
When we left it last, the Honourable Member for Bow River had 4 minutes coming to him for questions. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Yes, thank you. I'm very proud of the consultation and the outreach that we did prior to tabling this bill. There was at least 65 meetings that were held with leaders in the Indigenous communities as well as grassroots. Over 2,000 people were involved in that, and we know that going forward, more of the same is what's going to happen. I'm wondering if the honourable member could speak about the importance of consultations when you're tabling something this important to our country.
Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the questions from my colleague. As having had a career in as administration and education system, as a mayor, I obviously know that consultation is in critical importance. What I heard, though, on a couple of pieces of significant legislation that before C-92 is sitting on the committee, on the Heritage Committee, that when it was told that there was large and extensive consultation, when it came right down to it, there had been very little. So in this particular case with C-92, I haven't been on the committee with that one, and that's something that I would suggest you make sure that that has happened and it continues to happen. It doesn't work unless you do it. And again, I would suggest that if you're really interested in reconciliation with Indigenous youth, for example, you find a way to bring the play, New Blood, from the Siksika Reserve Indigenous youth to your community, to Ottawa, because I think you will see how consultation, in a sense, has worked, and with those Indigenous youth, they would provide an opportunity to see how they have changed and how it works for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think the concern here in the bill is the fact that the funding is simply not following, that what we have is a Budget Implementation Act that really doesn't provide any, doesn't walk the talk of what we see in the bill, which may have some broad principles, but it's a question of funding and resources that can make a big difference, Mr. Speaker. So I wanted to ask the member his thoughts on the matter.
For Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable colleague addressing the question of funding. I think in particular when we saw some past legislation I was involved with, that was a huge concern, as the identification. There was large gaps in the sense of appointments and amount of monies and how this could be rolled out. And if it's true that they really want to make it work, some of those details, because of this legislation being rushed, were missing. And I think that funding mechanism of how it works is important for parliamentary members to discuss when they're at committee, to see how it actually works and if it will work. So missing those details in rushed legislation is problematic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today to speak on a historic piece of legislation, Bill C-92, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families. It's also an honor to welcome over 30 students from the grade 12 politics class of Mr. Dingwall at Humberside Collegiate in my riding. They're here to study xenophobia and refugees, Mr. Speaker, but the concerns and the aims of that study have a link to this legislation, and that link is this. Their study and this legislation both identify key areas of inclusion, of promoting diversity, and in remedying historical injustices. So let's talk about Bill C-92. Bill C-92 seeks to do two very important things. First, it will affirm the jurisdiction of Indigenous peoples in relation to child and family services. Second, it sets out several principles, including the best interests of the child, cultural continuity, substantive equality, applicable on a national level to the provision of child and family services in relationship to Indigenous children. Mr. Speaker, let's start with my past role as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage in 2017. At that point, I had the privilege of engaging with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis leaders and elders, and subsequently assisting in the co-development of a different bill, Bill C-91, which aims to promote and preserve Indigenous languages in Canada. I'm very pleased to see that this bill, a companion bill, Bill C-92, seeks to enshrine the importance of culture and language when it comes to determining what is in the best interests of the child. When Indigenous children are navigating our child and family services system, their culture and language must be taken into account and must be protected. Indigenous leaders across this country have called on successive governments to make changes to address the overrepresentation of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children in the child and family services system. They've been doing that important advocacy work on this file for over a decade and have highlighted the important voices of Indigenous children from across the country to shed light on the shortcomings of our current child and family services systems. It is undeniable, Mr. Speaker, that the levels of Indigenous children in care have reached the point of what has been described as a humanitarian crisis. Indigenous children make up 7.7% of the Canadian population, but they account of those under 15, but they account for 52.2% of children in foster care and private homes. That is a staggering statistic, Mr. Speaker. 7.7% of the population, yet 52.2% of children in foster care. We know, incredibly, that there are more children currently who are Indigenous who have been removed from their homes and placed into the child welfare system right now in 2019 than there were at the height of the residential school system, which is such a shameful legacy on Canadian history. We also know that often Indigenous children are separated from their families and communities, which deprives them of their language, their culture, and their connection to their people. That is absolutely and categorically unacceptable. And it is vital that we address the root causes that have led to this humanitarian crisis, including things such as poverty, intergenerational trauma, and culturally biased child welfare policies and practices. That's what C-92 will address. Our current child and family welfare system is failing Indigenous peoples and has been for some time. And it is for this reason that our government is taking steps today with C-92 to redress the situation. Our goal as a government has always been to support legislation that respects the principle of self-determination of Indigenous peoples and legislation that advances what we would call meaningful reconciliation. These two objectives were the basis for our actions taken while crafting this legislation. Recognizing the urgency of addressing these issues, the Minister of Indigenous Services at the time hosted an emergency meeting on Indigenous child and family services in January of 2018. During that meeting, Mr. Speaker, our government had the opportunity to hear from experts, from advocates, from Indigenous partners, from provincial and territorial people, but most importantly from youth, like the youth who are here today from my riding, but youth right around the country, youth who had a lived experience of navigating the child and family services system. It is of the utmost importance to continue to elevate the voices of those with first-hand experience so that we can learn from their experiences and make the legislative changes that address the problems individuals face when accessing our child and family services system. Following that emergency meeting back in January of 2018, 65 sessions were held during the summer and fall of 2018 to engage with people around the country, be they in Toronto, be they in Winnipeg, from coast to coast to coast. That engagement, which was mentioned by the Parliamentary Secretary for Indigenous Services, engaged 2,000 individuals in different sessions, including representatives of First Nations, Inuit and Métis peoples, as well as treaty nations, self-governing First Nations, provinces and territories. In January of 2019, this year, further in-person engagement sessions with Indigenous partners, provincial and territorial representatives were conducted to consult on the proposed content of C-92. Mr. Speaker, what is critical is that what we learned in those consultations. What we learned is that it is evident that Canadians care about reforming child and family services in a way that better meets the needs of Indigenous peoples. It is clear that Canadians are shocked by the statistics with which I started my discussion and my contribution to this debate. This is an issue that has been raised to many of my colleagues in this House. It is certainly an issue that my constituents in Parkdale High Park feel strongly about. What my constituents say to me, be they students at Humberside Collegiate, students at any one of the other secondary institutions in the riding, young people, older people, people of all backgrounds have come to me and said, yes, I'm not an Indigenous person. I may not be Indigenous myself, but I know we need to remedy a historical injustice. I know what we need to do right by the colonial legacy and the racist legacy of the residential school system and policies and practices put in place by successive governments for 152 years in this country is to implement legislation to remedy those wrongs. C-91 coupled with C-92 do exactly that. They've spoken to me about ensuring that we have culturally appropriate child and family services to protect the vibrancy of cultures. What I've often said to such people is that it's important. It's important when settler people such as me or a random constituent engage with, learn more, and understand about Indigenous history and Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous culture. But much more important is to restore that knowledge, that understanding to the Indigenous communities that we care about, and not doing it in a paternalistic way, such as in past practices, but doing it by co-developing solutions with Indigenous people, empowering them to implement the solutions that they feel are appropriate for their communities. And that is what this bill will do, and let me explain. Indigenous children are being removed from their homes and communities. There are more that are being removed than there were at the height of the residential school system. What we've had is conversations regarding the next steps our government must take to protect Indigenous children, and what we're doing is affirming the jurisdiction of Indigenous peoples over child and family services. Bill C-92, first point, does not provide a one-size-fits-all model. Rather, it allows Indigenous people to exercise partial or full jurisdiction over child and family services at a pace that promotes the well-being of their communities. This bill will allow Indigenous groups themselves to exercise their inherent and rightful jurisdiction over child and family services, which would result in their laws prevailing over federal laws and laws of the provinces of territories in the case of a dispute between the two. A very, very important point, Mr. Speaker, because it gives meaning to this notion of self-determination and self-governance. The legislation also sets out, secondly, a robust mechanism whereby Indigenous groups would enter in a tripartite coordination agreement with the federal government and the provincial government of each province in which the Indigenous group is located to work together over up to 12 months to reach a tripartite agreement. Along with affirming jurisdiction, this bill also sets out principles such as the best interest of the child, cultural continuity, and substantive equality around the provision of child and family services in relation to Indigenous children applicable at the national level. And let me pause here to say this is something that we are working hard as a government to implement across government. The analogy I would draw to this best interest provision is the same analogy to a different bill which I've been privileged to work on as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. That's Bill C-78. It's a family law reform bill that again entrenches the best interest of the child, but importantly, it echoes the same language we find in C-92, language that talks about the spiritual, cultural, and linguistic continuity of Indigenous children remaining with Indigenous family settings. That's critical to that Bill C-78. It's also critical to this bill here. With regards to decisions as to what is in the best interest of the children, this bill, C-92, elaborates several factors that need to be taken into account. What are they? They are the child's physical, emotional, and psychological safety. They are the child's security and well-being, the child's cultural, linguistic, religious, and spiritual upbringing, which I was just referring to, the importance of a child to an ongoing positive relationship, maintaining an ongoing positive relationship with his or her family, his or her community, and the Indigenous group to which he or she belongs. Let me restate that because it is so critical and gets at the heart of what this bill is about. The best interest of the child, when you're taking a child into a child welfare situation, removing them from their original home in a foster care type of setting, what you need to think about is what is in that child's best interest, and how you evaluate that is by thinking about the continuity of the child having an ongoing positive relationship with his family, his or her community, his or her Indigenous group. That is the key gravamen of what we're talking about here. That creates stability for the child and a connection for the child to their language and, importantly, to their territory. By emphasizing these factors, Mr. Speaker, the legislation ensures the Child and Family Services take into consideration cultural context when making decisions as to what is in the best interest of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis kids. The goal is to decrease the number of Indigenous children that are separated from their families and their communities. Additionally, when you're deciding what is in the best interest of the child, Mr. Speaker, this bill will prioritize a shift from apprehension to prevention, thereby promoting preventative care that supports the entire family. So what does this mean, Mr. Speaker? We know, unfortunately, too often, child welfare advocates will arrive at a situation and say that child needs to be removed from that family setting because of the conditions in which they live. The solution isn't then to remove more children. The solution is to repair and correct the conditions in which Indigenous people live. That has to be the solution. It bears common sense scrutiny. It bears logical scrutiny. It also is completely consistent with an approach towards reconciliation where we accept and acknowledge historic racism and the legacy of colonialism and move forward together with Indigenous peoples to correct that legacy. That's what this bill is doing by targeting this specific issue. How does it do it, Mr. Speaker? The bill says a child should not be apprehended solely on the basis of his or her socioeconomic conditions. Instead, it calls upon governments to work with families to find solutions that uplift all family members and keep the child in that home. Moreover, if apprehension and placement are deemed necessary to ensure the best interests of the child, then C-92 delineates an order of priority to be respected when placing that child. And this order is important. So if apprehension needs to occur, Mr. Speaker, this is the classification, and it is a prioritized list. First, keeping the child with one of the child's parents. Secondly, keeping the child with another member of the child's family who is an adult. Thirdly, keeping the child with an adult who belongs to the same Indigenous group, community, or people. Fourthly, keeping the child with an adult who belongs to an Indigenous group, community, or people other than one to which the child belongs. That is an important prioritization, Mr. Speaker, because it emphasizes exactly what we are trying to do. We're not trying to create further rupture between Indigenous people and their cultures and their communities. We're trying to restore that connection and enhance that connection. This order of priority emphasizes family members first and subsequently adults belonging to the same Indigenous group, community, or people. By formalizing in law the need to keep Indigenous children with Indigenous communities, C-92 takes a huge step forward in protecting cultural continuity by taking into account the things that I've been mentioning: language, culture, connection with family when determining what is in the best interest of the child. To give it a mundane example, Mr. Speaker, what you would have is a situation, if you have a child who speaks Cree, lives on a reserve in rural Manitoba, you don't remove that child if it's required, if a removal is required all the way to Winnipeg. What you do is you make every effort to not remove the child, and if a removal needs to occur, you keep them on their same territory, with their same community, with people that will continue to speak Cree to that child so that they can maintain that connection to their people. It's that straightforward, Mr. Speaker. The importance of cultural continuity is further enshrined in this legislation by establishing an ongoing obligation to reassess the possibility for an Indigenous foster child to reside with one of the child's parents or an adult member of his or her family. That's the kind of legislation that people in Canada, including in my riding, including the very patient people who've been sitting here from Humberside Collegiate, want, because what they've said to me over and over again, what I've heard in my riding and right around the country when I was working in my capacity as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage, is that Indigenous reconciliation is a responsibility for all of us. It is not simply a responsibility for Indigenous communities or the government vis-a-vis Indigenous communities. It is a collective responsibility for the 36 million people that inhabit this country to move on that path together. Mr. Speaker, C-92 is a milestone piece of legislation that will have significant impacts on the lives of Indigenous youth, their families, and their communities. It is an important step in advancing meaningful reconciliation and in implementing the vital recommendations made by the TRC Commission. I want to thank the Indigenous leaders across Canada who have advocated on this issue for years, as well as the current minister and the previous minister, the member from Markham-Stouffville, for their invaluable contributions without which this legislation would not have been possible. We're committed to working collaboratively with all levels of government, all relevant stakeholders, to continue to advance the well-being of Indigenous peoples. But as I said during the course of my remarks, not in a paternalistic way, not in a colonial way, but in a manner that empowers Indigenous peoples and allows them to make decisions for their communities, for themselves. C92 is an important first step in that direction, and I would urge every member of this House to support it strongly. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? The member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Temporary Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. A lot of great points being brought up today, and I believe there is a strong sincerity among everyone in the House to improve the life and the lot of our First Nations. I have to ask my colleague, though, I'm looking at the departmental plan for Indigenous Services, and this is the plan tabled in the House very recently, signed off on by the Minister of Indigenous Services, laying out their plans and priorities. Now, for Indigenous Services, I'll read off, percentage of First Nations children on reserve and care, and this is actually listed right in the departmental plan, and we're discussing it today. Their goal they've set, their target, is not going to be decided for over 2 more years. Now, they're not talking about what they're going to achieve. They won't even set a target for 2 more years. They talk about as well the percentage of First Nations children getting access to proper secondary education. Again, no target set. I have to ask, we've got this bill before us and needs to get done, but why is the Department of Indigenous Services presenting a departmental plan which is supposed to lay out their priorities without setting any targets? How are we going to hold the bureaucrats, the Department of Government accountable when the department, signed off by the minister, presents a plan with targets that won't even be decided to years down the road?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I welcome that question. It's an important one. I thank the member for raising it. What I can say is that I don't have specific details about the departmental targets. What I can say to you is that a simple target would be reducing the numbers that I mentioned at the outset of my speech, where you represent 7% of the population but 52% of people in care. That's the number that we're trying to bring down, that 52% number. What I would also reiterate is that we've made extensive investments into the department. First of all, we created a separate Department of Indigenous Services, a recommendation from RCAP 20 years ago. Secondly, what we've done is fund the Department of Indigenous Services to the tune of multiple billions of dollars so that they can deliver the services that they need, including lifting of boil water advisories. And on secondary education, what I would emphasize is that we are also working collaboratively with provinces that have the jurisdiction to deliver secondary school education. So, for example, in my province of Ontario, we have the Anishinaabe Education Agreement, which allows 17 different communities in Ontario to deliver education directly to Indigenous youth. And we've seen that the results of that kind of education model actually vastly exceed the settler results in terms of graduation rates. Those are the priorities that we're working on as part of the government. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
This government has opened its wallet any time a corporate CEO comes up. Loblaws, $12 million. Kinder Morgan, $4.5 billion, $1 billion more than they even should have paid for the old pipeline. $14 billion in corporate tax cuts for CEOs from Bay Street just last November. But here we have a bill that is great words. It doesn't have the actions and the funding that's required. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, some of the noted Indigenous scholars have given this bill an F. And the quote is in the report, while Canada is presenting Indigenous jurisdiction as the main selling feature of this bill, without adequate funding, this will simply be jurisdiction to legislate over our own poverty. The Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs has said it does not meet the need in addressing the humanitarian child welfare crisis in Manitoba. And that's why this government, because the government does not walk the talk. In the most recent budget, when the minimum required was $3 billion, actually address the crisis that is taking place in child welfare right across the country in Indigenous communities, that this government refused to give more than just less than half of the money that needed to be allocated. And so that's really the issue here. Yes, it's a good bill, but the funding has not come with it. The government hasn't walked the talk, and that's why so many Indigenous communities
are criticizing this government's hypocrisy. This government is the height of cynicism, presenting good legislation and then not backing it up with the funding that is required, less than half of the minimum needed. And this government wasn't even willing to do that. Aren't they ashamed that they weren't willing to walk the talk that's required to make this bill a reality?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
No, I thank the member from New Westminster Burnaby, and I'm actually quite disappointed that he's seeking to make partisan gain out of something that should be supported unanimously in this House. But I'll address his comments, because funding is an important piece. What you do with legislation is you create a framework for transferring jurisdiction. As I indicated in my opening speech, what the legislation is doing is empowering First Nations communities around the country, including Inuit and Métis communities, to structure agreements with provincial and territorial partners who have key responsibility over the child welfare system. That's a matter of the constitutional division of powers, which the member, as an experienced member, should know. But what's also important is that I reject out of hand this notion that we are not walking the walk. I recollect the first budget that we tabled when Perry Bellegarde sat in that gallery, Mr. Speaker, and stood up and gave a standing ovation to a budget that tabled $8.6 billion in our first budget for Indigenous communities around this country. I also stand here and would readily defend our most recent budget, which the member highlighted, which allocated money on a distinctions basis for education for Inuit, Métis, and First Nations kids. A budget that also allocated money for Indigenous languages. A budget that also allocated $700 million to expedite the path that we are on to lift all boil water advisories around this country by March of 2021. That is funding commitment that meets the policy commitments that we're doing on the one side with dollars to back it up. So that characterization by the member opposite is simply false.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saint.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Boniface Saint-Vital.
Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member, this legislation will put into law what Indigenous nations have been asking for, really for generations: the ability to do what is right by their communities, their children, and their families. And really, the crux of it is the affirmation of inherent jurisdiction of their territories, of their nations. Can the honourable member speak about the importance of affirmation of inherent jurisdiction?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
I welcome that question. I congratulate my colleague for his work as Parliamentary Secretary and for his leadership with the Métis community. What I would say to the member is that the notion of inherent jurisdiction is fundamental. It's fundamental towards a renewed relationship with Indigenous peoples, which informs everything we are attempting to do as a government. It's also fundamental to something that an NDP member raised in this House that we rightfully supported, which is UNDRIP. It was Bill C-262, I believe at the time, that talks about inherent jurisdiction, inherent governance, and inherent control over services and services that are delivered to Indigenous people. And just to round out the position that was raised in the previous part of this debate, an additional reason why funding allocations have not been prematurely allocated in this legislation is simply because we need to ensure that we are listening to Indigenous communities on a community-by-community basis as to what their needs are. To presuppose that now that we have some sort of crystal ball that we can look into to verify exactly what community needs what level of funding at this stage would actually put the cart before the horse and not empower Indigenous communities to make that determination for themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. And I just want to say, in the work that we're doing on committee, where we're doing the pre-study to this piece of legislation, that numerous witnesses have made it very clear that they do not feel that they were part of a co-development process. They may have been included in some discussions, but lots of those were done very last minute, very quickly. The top three issues that we're hearing from folks in the committee is a discussion around jurisdiction, around accountability, and around funding. And they've been very clear, all the witnesses, and I happen to agree with them, that this is not a question around funding of an amount, a dollar amount, but making sure that within the legislation there's actual principles of what that funding would look like. This is so key, because what we are hearing from witnesses is if this is not part of the legislation, it will be considered a hollow piece of legislation. And I do hope and I do believe that in this House that we do care enough about Indigenous children that we don't want that to be a hollow piece of legislation. So I'm asking the member through you, Mr. Speaker, if we could see some of that language be put into it. We've had recommendations that the Human Rights Tribunal, the principles that are in there around funding be placed into that. Even some of this information about those principles in the preamble be put into the legislation. We need to see that action taken. Unless there's actual principles, not dollars, but principles about funding in the legislation, it will become a hollow bill. And I think it will be a deep shame to this Parliament if that happens.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, in 30 seconds or less, please.
So I thank the member for Powell River for contributions today on this important issue. In terms of jurisdiction, accountability, and funding, those are extremely important points. We look forward to the work of the committee to bring forward suggestions and proposed amendments to this very bill. What I would say on the jurisdiction piece is specifically, Mr. Speaker, in 15 seconds or less, that when we say that in the event of a conflict between Indigenous jurisdiction or Indigenous authority and provincial or territorial authority, the Indigenous authority will trump or be paramount. That is establishing exactly the kind of jurisdiction that needs to be asserted here, and that's an important aspect of this bill. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to join the debate today on Bill C-92, Indigenous Child Welfare, which is currently before the House at second reading. I do want to begin by saying that I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member for Durham. And recognizing that we do have about 22 minutes remaining in this afternoon's debate, I will be keeping my remarks relatively brief to allow the member from Durham to have some time to debate this important issue. Today in Canada, it is an unfortunate reality that the number of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children in care continues to be far higher than that of the general population. In fact, according to Statistics Canada, there are more than 14,000, nearly 15,000 foster children in private homes under the age of 15 who are Indigenous. Mr. Speaker, that represents over half of all foster children in Canada. This is a statistic that should be troubling to each of us in this House and all of us across Canada. For when a child is taken away from their family, too often, especially in an Indigenous context, the language, the culture, and the tradition of that community can also be lost when that child is no longer in their home or in their community. Bill C-92 focuses on children living both on reserve and those band members living off reserve. And it seeks to affirm the rights of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis to exercise jurisdiction over child and family services and establish national principles such as best interests of the child, cultural continuity, and substantive equality to guide the interpretation and administration of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I'm hopeful that this bill and its implementation does live up to those objectives. I would hope that all members of this House and all members of future parliaments hold all governments to account as we strive towards this implementation. Unfortunately, for too many years, for too long in Canadian history, we have failed Indigenous communities in Canada. It is now incumbent on all of us to work together on the journey towards full and true reconciliation. The purpose and principles outlined in sections 8 and 9 of this bill aim to guide Indigenous communities on the delivery of child and family services to keep families together and ultimately, consistent with the call to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, reduce the number of Indigenous children who live in care. I draw the House's attention to Canada's residential schools, The Legacy, the final report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, Volume 5. It was released in 2015, and Chapter 1 is entitled Child Welfare, a System in Crisis. Unfortunately, it's not an easy read. In fact, at page 11, the report articulates the lasting negative legacy that the residential schools have left on Indigenous Canadians and child poverty. The report reads, and I quote, "Why are so many Aboriginal children taken into care? Poverty, family violence, sexual violence, and substance abuse conditions that are part of the sad legacy of residential schools certainly play a role. The connection between residential schools and the present-day crisis of the overrepresentation of Aboriginal children in the child welfare system was painfully obvious to many survivors who shared their statements with the Commission. Kay Adams explained that, quote, all these years of growing up in the dorm, I didn't go home to my family. I wasn't taught how to love. I wasn't taught how to be a family. I knew none of that," end quote. That's a very troubling legacy. And it's a legacy that we as all Canadians have to face and have to address. And while there may be some concerns with this bill, on principle, we must support it. On principle, we must all work together as parliamentarians to ensure that we can reduce the number of children who are no longer with their families, no longer in their community, no longer learning their language, no longer learning of their culture and their history. And so often the greatest teachers are those within the community, their family members, neighbors, leadership within the community. And when a family loses that, we lose so much. And unfortunately, this isn't ancient history. This isn't ancient history, this is recent history. Indeed, further within the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report, it reads how Aboriginal children were placed in, quote, I'm quoting here, Aboriginal children were placed in non-Aboriginal homes across Canada, in the United States, and even overseas, with no attempt to preserve their culture and identity. The mass adoptions continued between 1960 and 1990. Within our lifetimes, within the lifetimes of members of this House and of Canadians, Aboriginal and Indigenous children were being removed from their families, removed from their communities, not being able to given the option to learn of their culture within the place that's best able to pass that on. Now, Mr. Speaker, I do want to wrap up briefly to allow my colleagues some time to speak, but I do want to mention a couple of points from a local level, because reconciliation really does necessitate all Canadians participating. And I want to highlight a couple of the things that have been undertaken in my riding of Perth-Wellington. A number of blanket exercises have taken place to help to inform and to learn people with the members of my community of what the experience that were undertaken within Indigenous communities. And local churches have undertaken efforts to reach out and to show reconciliation with Indigenous communities. I quote from Stratford Beacon Herald article in November 2018 about the Anglican Church and Catholic undertaking a memorial service. The article quotes, though one memorial service isn't enough to erase the Anglican Church's role in subjugating Indigenous populations throughout Canada, that's not the point. The point of Friday's service was to continue the conversation around truth and reconciliation and foster a broader-based understanding between the Church and Indigenous peoples in Canada. Mr. Speaker, that is a worthwhile goal for all of us to undertake, to foster a conversation and to work towards true reconciliation with Indigenous peoples in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, the Honourable Member for Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The nexus of this bill is we will put into law what Indigenous nations have been asking for generations, the ability to do what is right with their children, what is proper with their children. And the nexus is really the affirmation of Indigenous jurisdiction for Indigenous nations to make their own laws. Can the Honourable Member speak to the importance? I know he's a constitutional lawyer. Can he speak to the importance of inherent jurisdiction for Indigenous nations?
The member for Perth-Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do thank the member from St. Boniface, St. Vital, for his question. I do have to correct her. I'm not a constitutional lawyer, a scholar, a political scientist as background, but it is a matter that I do take great interest in terms of policies and governing of a self-governance perspective. And I think it's a matter that in Canada we've had this debate for so many decades. Certainly the 1992 Charlottetown Accord was before my time in terms of awareness of constitutional matters in 1992, but it did have the conversation. It did spark the conversation. And in this particular matter, I think it's so important that we work towards and we work with Indigenous communities to ensure that they have the authority, the ability, the jurisdiction, and the opportunity to manage and to work with child welfare services, so that the focus of the children, the focus of the child is what is paramount within the jurisdiction. So enabling and ensuring that the Indigenous communities have that jurisdiction is absolutely something that we as parliamentarians, but I think we as Canadians have to work towards to ensure that the best interests of the child and the protection of their language, their culture, and their community is protected in the legislation that we pass here, but also enabling the Indigenous communities in Canada to undertake that jurisdiction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. You know, one of the challenges that I have as I go through this debate is the fact that there was a decision made by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal that I believe now the current government has been asked to comply 7 times and been served with non-compliance orders. And that concerns me deeply. As I mentioned earlier before, we want to make sure that this is legislation that isn't hollow, but really has those key parts in the legislation around accountability, so that there isn't a number for funding, but there's accountability, that the resources are there and that they're equitable across all communities in Canada. That means Indigenous children finally receiving the same amount of resources, and in some cases more if the case warrants it. So I would just like to ask through you, Mr. Speaker, for this member to speak to that issue. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the Honourable Member from North Island, Powell River, for her question. And I think she raises an important point, the idea of accountability in legislation such as this. Legislation is a first step, but if there's not the accountability to back it up, then we really haven't achieved what we set out to achieve. And she mentioned the concept of funding, and perhaps equality of funding may only be a starting point. And in some cases, additional funding may be needed so that an Indigenous community may receive slightly more than a non-Indigenous community, given the circumstances, given the needs of that particular community, given the needs of a particular child. We need to ensure that Aboriginal and Indigenous children are not left behind, that we have the resources to fund the important needs, particularly in this case in terms of child welfare services, but also have the authority or the opportunity for them to thrive, to do well, to expand their culture, to expand their language, so that they can truly learn the cultures of their ancestors and ensure that that opportunity is there. So absolutely, there needs to be the accountability mechanisms within the bill, and there needs to be the resources there to back it up, to ensure that we can truly achieve the objectives that are set out in black and white print. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. Before I go to the next speaker, I just want to remind the Honourable Member for Durham, who is taking the word next, that he will have about 10 minutes. Unfortunately, we'll be running out of time, and there'll be no time for the questions and answers after, unless, of course, he finishes before this 10 minutes and whatever comes up before the end of the time. And I won't take any more of his time, so the Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you know, I probably will take the time. I'm known for sometimes going on too long in this House. I'm sure my Liberal friends think that. But this is also very important to me, to the Conservative Party, and to, I'm sure, all members of Parliament in this chamber, because Indigenous youth welfare, Métis youth welfare, is an area of collective failure of this Parliament since our earliest days. And there's a variety of reasons for that, cultural, historical, societal. But looking back at those failures means we have to look forward to make sure that we fulfill the the true opportunity that is Canada to all Canadians, particularly those amongst our First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities who have ties to this country far longer than all of us, Mr. Speaker. That's why it's important to see that there's progress, and we're supporting Bill C-92 to get to committee, because we do think there's reforms needed in this area. And that was called for by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Mr. Speaker. And child welfare was actually how the Truth and Reconciliation Commission decided to list its recommendations. Child welfare were the first recommendations, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the future of improving the outcomes for members of these communities, reconciliation at its heart is going to be achieved by our young people. And it's paramount for us to get this right. Recommendation number 1 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was to reduce children in care, in foster care, in government-supported care of some sort. That was the number 1 recommendation, and we know why. Because of our failed history in that regard, Mr. Speaker, said so eloquently by Prime Minister Harper in his apology for generations-long program of residential schools in this country, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission grew out of the work by our previous government and Prime Minister Harper to apologize and to make sure that we learn and never repeat the mistakes of our past. I'm going to quote the Prime Minister's apology from June 2008, Mr. Speaker. Quote, "We now recognize that it was wrong to separate children from rich and vibrant cultures and traditions, that it created a void in many lives and communities, and we apologize for having done this. We now recognize that in separating children from their families, we undermine the ability of many to adequately parent their own children and sowed the seeds for generations to follow, and we apologize for having done that." End quote, Mr. Speaker. Probably some of the most impassioned and important words by Stephen Harper in Parliament. And then the Prime Minister and Speaker Milliken at the time, in your chair at the time, Mr. Speaker, erected a stained glass window recognizing the apology for residential schools in the centre block of Parliament, and importantly placed over the members' entrance. And when I give tours of the building, I used to say to people, young people, friends from the military, whomever, I would point out the window and say, it was placed there so that members of Parliament, regardless of party, when they walk in, know that the decisions we make in this chamber can impact people, families, and children in a positive way or in an extremely negative way, Mr. Speaker. And I thought that powerful statement of the stained glass, the Truth and Reconciliation stained glass window in the center block, is a recognition that what we do, including debates here today, are an important part of reconciliation. And what's key, and what I'm going to speak about substantively on my concerns with the approach of the government on this bill, is it seems to neglect the central role of the provinces. So the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that grew out of the apology and the work done by Stephen Harper and our government, the second recommendation in the section on child welfare called for collaboration between the provinces and territories. And that's something that hasn't happened in this bill adequately, Mr. Speaker, and that is a valid concern. And why I'm so upset about this is because it did not need to be this way. The Prime Minister, who, to his credit, I will credit him, has talked a lot about the need for reconciliation. In running for Parliament and running to be the Prime Minister, in their platform they said they would implement all the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's recommendations. He said that reconciliation would be central to his term as Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. Then why are we getting a substantive, the most substantive piece of legislation on healing that Indigenous rift in the final few months of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, along with a bill on Indigenous languages, Mr. Speaker? Not early on, or not after 2 years of consulting with the provinces, but in the final months, introduced in February of this year, Mr. Speaker. And that's unfortunate because We need to get this right. And child welfare services are almost entirely provided by the provinces and territories, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, the central learnings that many of them have experienced means some provinces are further ahead. So while we have a Section 91, Section 92 debate in Parliament about the paramountcy of the federal Parliament when it comes to decisions related to Indigenous peoples and Métis, we have to recognize the fact that education, health, child welfare, victim services, a range of things are delivered by the provinces. So this is where reconciliation requires collaboration, consultation with not just the provinces and territories, but with First Nation leadership. And that can be a challenge. We, in the last government, sometimes got it right. So children in care went down by about 12%, Mr. Speaker, but it's still vastly too high. There's 15,000 Indigenous youth in care right now. Fortunately, changes made in the last government and done in this government is bringing that number down, but not fast enough. And one way we focused on it was making sure that child welfare or care, children care, could at least happen through family relationships within the First Nation community so that language, culture, and that connection could be tied so that it wouldn't be like a 60s scoop, like it wouldn't be like our failures of the past. But recognizing that this has to be centrally done with First Nation leadership, with provinces, with territories. That's my disappointment centrally, Mr. Speaker. I've said positive words here. But why in the final months of Parliament are we debating this and there's been no significant consultation? If we were debating it now because the provinces, territories, and First Nations were all on board, I would say great, because the people that care at those levels of government, that deliver the services, feel that this bill is going to fulfill the mandate. And right now, I don't think they do, Mr. Speaker. So I want to embody this in one tragedy out of many, one tear in an ocean of tears in the 151 plus years of our country, and that's the tragic case of Tina Fontaine, a young woman from the Saugeen First Nation in Manitoba who was tragically killed in 2014, brutally murdered. And the report done by the Manitoba Child Advocate, I would recommend to Canadians, by Daphne Penrose. Thank you, Ms. Penrose, as a children's advocate from Manitoba. You, Cindy Blackstock, others are doing important work. And they have made recommendations, Mr. Speaker. In fact, they failed, we failed Ms. Fontaine throughout her life many times. And we have to learn from that, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we collectively have to say we need to do better. And if you look at Ms. Penrose's report, the Manitoba Children's Advocate, into Ms. Fontaine, a place where I'll feel like home, because she didn't have a home, she was in care, Mr. Speaker, all of the central recommendations are provincial. So absentee and expulsion policies that led Ms. Fontaine out of the school system where someone could have helped her, all provincial. Victim services, health, provincial justice, addiction support, Mr. Speaker, all provincial, or in some cases, and kudos to many of the outstanding First Nations that are looking at delivering these services on and off reserve, the federal government is not delivering the services, Mr. Speaker. So I'm asking the government, when this goes to committee, because we're supportive of that, let's get it right. Let's use the goodwill that's here to make sure the provincial, territorial, and First Nations organizations delivering child welfare services, delivering addiction services, victim services, education, are part of the solution, Mr. Speaker. That's our obligation to reconciliation. It's not just through the federal government.
Comme il est 13h15, conformément.
As it is 1:15, it is my duty to interrupt proceedings and to put all questions necessary for the second reading of this bill, of which the House is seized. The question is as follows.
Macaulay, Cardigan, move that Bill C-92, an act respecting First Nation, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? I believe it's carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture sur projet de loi.
Comme il est... The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent to call at 1:30 at this time so we could begin private members' hour.
Could you say that a little bit slower? It went right by me. The Honourable Member for Laurentide-Labelle. No, sorry.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you would find it unanimous consent to call at 1:30 at this time so we could begin private members' hour.
Unanimous consent to see the House at 1:30. It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Resuming debate.
Private members' business, resuming consideration of M208 rural digital infrastructure, standing in the name of Mr. Amos.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Although I've been agreeably surprised to see that we are going to do something about rural telecommunications, I'm a bit disappointed that we have a motion at the end of a mandate where some of the requests or asks will not take place because of the period of time left to us. And so it probably won't go forward, given where we are in the parliamentary calendar. I'd like to point out the efforts by the member for Pontiac about improving digital infrastructure in rural regions, but one would have hoped that the government could have acted sooner, because it's now been 3.5 years that I've been asking for help in greater cellular coverage. There are people who don't have this coverage, and this means a lot of problems at the level of public security and safety. And also, in the motion, they're asking the Public Safety Committee to deal with wireless communications. But I think everyone realizes, I think it's obvious, but if there's a road accident and you don't have cell coverage, or you may have to walk miles in the dead of night in a rural region where there are wild animals, and you may even have children with you. I think everyone understands that you can realize that it's very unsafe when we think of the 70s. Well, cell phones didn't exist, but if you had an accident in the middle of nowhere, that was one thing. But now the technology is there, and there are people, for example, in regions like Africa, where people were surprised to see how easy it was to have access to cell phones everywhere. I worked in Senegal for a while, and cell phones worked everywhere in West Africa. Even in the little village I was in, but in some tiny villages it might not have worked, but overall it worked well. Here we are, a G7 country. We have a quite significant volume of cellular communications. And I think the fact that some people aren't covered has become a matter of public safety and security. And having cell phones that work can mean life or death. So I think this going forward with this study is completely useless if you want to demonstrate how important it is to have a wireless network. And I consider that the minister has sufficient data to be able to move forward and invest in necessary infrastructure, realizing the impact this will have on public safety. That was one of the first points I wanted to make. Something else that's also important to discuss when we talk about wireless, and this was cited in the Auditor General's report when he discussed Internet access strategy, is not having a national strategy. The government, does these programs and investments sort of piece by piece without really knowing where they're headed, and this has significant consequences. Sometimes they'll put something, they'll invest in one business, they'll invest in another program, and then there's a business that has a subsidy for something else, and this one business is a competitor of the other. And things just, there's a vicious circle, so to speak. And the matter of rural digital infrastructure is not helped or advanced. You don't know if what's put in place is really effective or if there are competitors. And perhaps they've invested in the private sector rather than in another sector of the economy. All this is very regrettable, and it's regrettable that we don't have a more global vision. We're also really late with respect to programs implemented for wireless communications. For example, the latest programs were targeting speeds well below what would be expected. The CRTC expects that for internet speed, people should have access to 50 megabytes per second. And this is, I think, what is usually expected for wireless and cell communication. Now they're talking about 5,000 per second. So it's high time that the government brought in measures to create a program that we look at the various requests for investment or for help. But in the end, when all this is done, very often things are already out of date vis-a-vis the actual needs. Another program I would have liked to see is that we seem to be ignoring areas where wireless communications are important, are especially important. For example, telemedicine, where it's highly important that people be able to communicate with specialists, especially in rural regions where they don't have specialists, so that people can deal with a physician. They can do this. They can have exam results dealt with. They can consult people by telemedicine. Another area where wireless and high-speed internet is really important is education. There's, of course, remote education possibilities. Laval University offers this option. Unfortunately, you need video capacity, you need streaming capacity in order to take advantage of this option. There are people who have no high-speed internet access that would allow them to take these courses, these online courses. And sometimes they are able to get access, but then when they're billed, they often, at the end of a session, it might be $200 or $300 per month, to be able to look at the various videos necessary for their education. I think these people don't have access to education the same way as people in urban areas do. So I appreciate my colleagues' efforts, but I consider that this motion could have been much better if it had been amended or drafted differently. And this is why I would like to move the following amendment, that M208 be amended, have as a substitute certain words. For example, I want added needs of telemedicine. D, reliable and accessible internet access for long-distance educational courses and to access government services and to provide access to cultural life. D, the government should continue to help Canadians in rural areas to have the digital infrastructure necessary for their economy and to maintain public safety and security, to invest in digital infrastructure in rural areas, and to have the federal government invest and help the private sector invest in connectivity. 3, continue to work with telecommunications businesses in the provinces and municipalities, Indigenous groups, and to prioritize digital infrastructure for these people. The government should also continue to help Canadians in rural regions have the digital infrastructure they need and ensure that investments, public funds in digital infrastructure will make sure that wireless is there and that public investments can stand in for private investments. They also need to ensure the cooperation of provincial and municipal governments and Indigenous communities. E, substitute the Standing Committee on Industry with the Standing Committee on Industry, to delete the word massif, to have the to go forward with an exhaustive study of wireless infrastructure to ensure public safety and security, and to bring it back to the House as soon as possible. I must inform the honourable member that pursuant to the standing order, that any amendment to a motion can only be moved with the sponsor of the motion. So I would ask the honourable member for Pontiac if he consents to the moving of this motion.
There is no consent. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 93.3, the amendment cannot be moved at this time.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Economic and Rural Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Je veux féliciter mon collègue.
I want to congratulate my colleague, the member for Pontiac, for all of the work that he's done on this motion and the work on the internet.
The government's position on motion 208. As Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development, and as members know, my constituent Nickel Belt is in Northern Ontario and rural. So I have a direct and personal understanding of the needs rural communities have. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to rise in the House today to speak about this issue that is really important to my constituents, and they're already very familiar with high-speed internet access in rural areas. Reliable access to digital infrastructure is essential not only for economic development, but also for better quality of life for rural Canadians. That's why our government has already made significant investments to extend reliable, high-speed internet and wireless services to rural communities across the country. Nous savons toutefois qu'il reste beaucoup.
We know, however, that a great deal of work remains to be done and that local leaders are the ones that know the needs of their communities best.
Honourable colleague, the newly appointed Minister of Rural Economic Development has embarked on a cross-country listening tour. And building upon the Conservatives that cut the Rural Secretariat in 2012. So this tour is really important, part of our mandate to develop an economic development strategy made for rural Canada. Through consultations with Canadians in all provinces and territories, how best to foster economic development in rural and remote communities through a whole-of-government approach. We are committed to sharing the strategy with Canadians by June 2019. Depuis la dernière semaine,
we have continued to meet with leaders across the country to identify their needs and priorities.
Engaging with our partners is a key step to our government's work to put forward an economic development strategy that will reflect the needs and priorities of rural communities. La collaboration avec nos partenaires permet.
Collaboration with our partners will enable the government to ensure the vitality of the rural lifestyle, rural life for future generations, and it will help to create jobs and opportunities for all Canadians in rural areas. Affordable access to this service is part of the strategy put forth by our government.
Rural Canadians need access to high-speed internet, wireless services to participate fully in the digital global economy. They need digital connectivity to attract talent, businesses, investments needed to compete on the global stage. Selon le CRTC,
according to the CRTC, more than 5 million Canadians in rural areas do not have access to the internet. That respect is services under federal regulations. To deal with the problem, the CRTC has established or set an objective stating that all Canadians must have access to telephone and wireless services.
A $750 million fund to support the construction of telecommunications infrastructure in underserviced communities. This will ensure that Canadians living in rural and remote areas will have access to the services. Notre gouvernement.
Our government is also doing its part, Mr. Speaker. We have launched a number of initiatives that underscore our objective of achieving the objectives set out by the CRTC. For example, as part of Connected for Innovation, we are investing some $500 million for broadband to 900 rural and isolated communities. We aim to establish that for 300 communities. We are at 900, and that includes many Indigenous communities.
Households in rural and remote communities are benefiting from high-speed internet, broadband internet access through the Connecting to Canadians program. An additional $2 billion is made available through a funding stream dedicated to renewing infrastructure in rural and remote northern communities. Monsieur le Président, l'accès à large...
Mr. Speaker, access to broadband is absolutely essential to help Canadians in rural areas to grow their businesses, to access services, to acquire new skills, and to contact their friends and families across the country. That's why our government has invested unprecedented amounts in broadband technology. Budget 2019 makes new ambitious commitments that aim to ensure that 95% of Canadians have access to high-speed internet by 2026, 90% by 2021. In addition, the budget shows that businesses and companies, to meet CRTC regulations, will have access to these services in 2030, regardless of where they live. Budget 2019 has a new support for northern communities, for rural tourism, skills training, $1.7 billion in funding to connect all Canadians to high-speed services by 2030, regardless of where they live.
Of the new Universal Broadband Fund of up to $1.7 billion over 13 years to build on the success of the Connecting to Innovate program by extending the backbone of infrastructure and underserviced communities, as well as securing the new low-latency, low-Earth orbit satellite capacity to serve our most rural communities. Also, working with the Canada Infrastructure Bank to identify ways to apply its innovative financing tools to stimulate private sector investment. That's very important, to stimulate private sector investment in high-speed internet infrastructure to underserviced communities. Also, the introduction in the fall economic statement by the Minister of Finance on the Accelerated Investment Incentive Fund, which is allowing telecommunications companies to write off large shares of cost of new capital assets in the same year of the investment is made, providing the benefit that they are making to expanding connectivity in rural Canada.
Thanks to these investments, our government is ensuring that Canadians in rural areas have access to health services, education, that all Canadians deserve.
Are giving rural Canadians opportunities to turn ideas into promises, goods and services, expanding their businesses. These investments are also enabling rural Canadians to start new businesses, grow competitively, and grow their business globally without having to leave their rural communities. Notre gouvernement a été clair.
Our government has been clear that partnerships are necessary. For success, we need to work together. That's why the government is continuing to work with the provinces, the territories, the municipalities, Indigenous peoples, and the private sector as part of its initiatives.
This motion on M208 builds on the outstanding work that has already been done, which is why I am proud that our government supports this motion and has continued to work hard to address the issues that matter to rural Canadians. I look forward to continue to work with all members of this House on this very important issue to all rural Canadians. Merci. Thank you. Miigwech.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to join the debate today on Motion 208, Rural Digital Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, as you will know, and as all rural colleagues will know, reliable, high-speed internet is absolutely essential for our rural communities, for our families, our farmers, our agribusinesses, and the community. From general communication to managing supply chains in our businesses, research in our schools, entertainments in our home, Canadians rely on internet no matter where they live. Unfortunately, there are still too many rural communities, including those in Perth Wellington, that simply do not have access to high-speed internet. And this is unfortunate. This is unfortunate because in my communities, our rural municipalities are working hard to attract new families so we can fill jobs and rejuvenate our communities, but we cannot do that without reliable high-speed internet. Service in our communities are particularly bad where the major telecoms are the incumbents. Where we have local independent service providers, they're actually leading the way in terms of rural broadband. They're putting fiber down the country roads. In some areas, the incumbent has provided fiber, high-speed internet to every single farm and home within their incumbent area. That's impressive, Mr. Speaker. But to move beyond that, into the areas where the incumbent major telecoms are the incumbents, it's impossible and not financially viable. And so local ISPs are relying on the government to fund them. Unfortunately, that's not happening, Mr. Speaker. And what we've seen with the Connect to Innovate program has been a complete ignoring of rural communities in Perth Wellington. There are at least 3 projects in my riding who applied for the Connect to Innovate program in November 2016. Here we are in May 2019, and what do we hear from the Liberal government? Crickets. No response. November 2016, they applied. And these are the independent service providers who are leading the way in terms of connecting our rural communities to high-speed internet. And yet here they are waiting for an answer, one way or the other, from the Connect to Innovate program. That type of complete and blatant disrespect for rural communities and for these hard-working independent service, internet service providers is completely unacceptable. In fact, I would dare say that the speed with which this government is acting on high-speed internet has been slower than dial-up. That's my staff's one joke for the day. But Mr. Speaker, this government completely talks a big game when it comes to rural broadband. They make long-term commitments, but yet don't actually succeed in action on this matter. And so you have to question, how much of a priority is this for this government? That in the dying days of this government, they decide to introduce a private member's motion directing a committee to undertake a study to look at rural digital infrastructure. The rhetoric does not meet up with the reality of what we hear on the ground. Now, I do want to highlight some of the independent work that's being done by different communities within my riding, including the SWIFT program, an amazing program that's working with municipalities, with independent internet service providers, and with community to bring rural high speed. And they're waiting. They're waiting as well as an answer one way or the other, whether or not they can go ahead with their projects through the SWIFT program. But so often, when it comes to last mile connectivity, this government is not funding that last mile that is so critical to rural communities like mine in Perth Wellington. Now, this isn't the first time I've raised these issues in this House. This is at least the 3rd time that I've raised the need for reliable high-speed internet in rural communities like mine in Perth Wellington. In fact, just last November, I asked a question of the government during question period related to the Auditor General's report. The response I received at the time from the Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development was nothing more than empty promises. So I followed it up. I followed it up with an adjournment debate. And the next opportunity, I once again asked for a response on why the government was failing rural communities when it came to high-speed internet. And again, I got the same empty rhetoric, this time from the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Rural Economic Development. At the time, I quoted the Auditor General's report, which clearly said that the AG's office examined the issue and they found that Innovation, Science and Economic Development, quote, did not have a strategy in place to improve access for almost 3.7 million Canadians.
Wow. My goodness.
That's still the case, Mr. Speaker. There is no coherent plan in place to get Canadians connected. They've quoted the target that every Canadian will have access by 2030. But without a plan to get them there, it's not going to happen. If this government cannot process simple applications over a 3-year program, how can anyone believe they will get internet services to 3.7 million Canadians within the next 11 years? So it goes back to the motivation of this private member's motion. Again, they are instructing 2 standing committees to undertake comprehensive studies on this issue. Comprehensive studies. We have 30 sitting days remaining in this Parliament. At most, there are 12 committee meetings left for each of these 2 committees mentioned in this motion. But here we are debating this and asking these committees to undertake these studies in 30 days and report back to the House. You know, I would remind the Liberal member from Pontiac that his party has a majority on every committee in this House.
Exactly.
If they wanted to undertake a study on rural broadband, on rural digital infrastructure, they could at any time over the past 3.5 years of this mandate have done so. Yeah. But yet they've come here in the dying days of this Parliament to instruct two committees to take meaningful studies and report back by the end of this Parliament. Again, fewer than 30 sitting days remaining at most. I would further point out, Mr. Speaker, that the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology tabled a report last April entitled Broadband Connectivity in Rural Canada, Overcoming the Digital Divide. So I'm curious, what is it in that report that the member from Pontiac found so unnecessary or so not up to snuff that they felt the need to once again have another report on the same matter? Rural Canadians do not need another study. They need action. Right. They need the government to actually process applications and make approvals on programs that are already in place. I will again reference the report from the Auditor General from last fall, in which it stated, quote, in its April 2018 report, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology recommended that Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada develop a comprehensive rural broadband strategy in collaboration with key stakeholders, including but not limited to government at all levels, civil society groups, internet service providers, First Nations and nonprofit organizations. It goes on to say the federal government's response to the House of Commons Committee stated that the government agreed with the recommendation for a comprehensive rural strategy. However, it did not mention the actual strategy. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General criticized this government for not having a strategy. A standing committee recommended that there should be a strategy. And now we have a motion in this House instructing a committee to undertake a study to recommend a strategy for rural internet. Mr. Speaker, you wonder why Canadians get frustrated with government when we see this type of circular thinking from the Liberal government. Canadians are tired of more and more reports telling them what they already know.
The obvious.
They know that we lack high-speed rural internet. They know that action isn't happening, and it's not coming from our major telecoms. It's our independent local internet service providers who are leading the way. Yep. Those are the ones we should be supporting. Those are the ones we should be working with. Those are the ones who should be provided with the resources necessary to connect to that last mile of high-speed internet in rural communities, in my riding of Perth, Wellington, and across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the former Speaker for his passion on this issue. I definitely share it. You know, Mr. Speaker, I am the proud representative of North Island Powell River, and my job is always to come to this place and reflect the realities of rural and remote communities. Motion 208, which we are here to speak on today, focuses on a concern that many of my constituents share, which is around rural digital infrastructure. Across my riding, there are many communities where there is limited internet access and many areas with no cell service at all. And I want to say in this House, there are communities and regions of our area that only have dial-up access. I have several petitions that have come from my region informing this government about how important cell reception is to the people who live there. And the availability is so low, and I continue to table them in this House as they arrive. So I want to thank the member from Pontiac for bringing this motion to the House so that I have an opportunity to speak to this important issue. I do work with him on the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee. However, I will also reiterate that this is a bit frustrating to be in this place of reiterating again and again the need. I think we all know in this House how strong the need is for rural and remote communities to have high-speed internet, to have access to cell reception, and that those communities are having certain challenges because they don't have that access. And it does also, this member's motion, also look at a gap. From the outset, we know what those problems are. I think this House knows in detail what those problems and limitations are for maintaining and developing a digital network in remote areas. So that's known. So I am concerned as well that we're standing here at the end of the 42nd Parliament and we're having this discussion when the House standing committees are very, very busy doing the work that they need to do. And I don't think that they need to reiterate again the needs of these communities. That need has been established, it's very clear, there's a record of it in this place, and I think it's time that we see some action. I understand the concern of identifying major issues of safety that lack for rural digital infrastructure and what that does to those regions in Canada. In my riding, in November of last year, we had a horrific example of what the lack of cell service means in the communities that I represent. Duncan Moffat was is a 23-year-old man. He was driving and he went off Highway 19 just south of Sayward. And I really hope that if people have not come to my riding and done the beautiful drive to the real north of the North Vancouver Island region, that's a beautiful area. But it is also a very isolated area with no cell reception. So he went off the highway just south of Sayward. His truck dropped down about 12 meters on the slope. He was pinned inside and not visible from the road. In fact, no one saw him. He did survive. He survived off the apples and Gatorade that he had in the vehicle with him, and he was kept warm by cardboard boxes. And I want to just reiterate, November of last year, it was quite cold. I know I live on Vancouver Island. It doesn't get to the minus 20 degrees here very often, as it does in this area, but it was very, very cold. The phone was sitting right next to him, but because there was no phone reception, he could not make that call. He was found nearly a week later, simply by chance. A hunter was out in the area and saw the wreck, and he was finally found safe. What was most ironic about this, and startling and sad, was when his mother was called to be told that her son, who she had been looking for desperately, had been found. She was just out of cell service, putting up posters to help hunters know to look for him. It was not until she came back to where she was in range that she got that information. So I want to thank Duncan and his family for sharing this experience, and I'm really proud to come to this place and share that stark reality, because this is what it means for too many rural and remote communities across this country, where people are put in situations that are simply not safe. And it is not right that some parts of Canada have a lot of access and other parts do not. I am really interested in seeing action. The understanding and knowledge of the issues around the lack of cellular network is a public safety issue, and we know this. I've outlined it just now. The government has the information. Let's just get towards actually implementing an effective rural digital strategy immediately. The communities in my riding have waited long enough, and it is time. I'm pleased that some of the Connect to Innovate funding has been tagged for the region that I represent. This funding will support communities and the needs that they have, and I'm very happy to see that. The local ISPs are ready to go to work. But I will also note here that although this announcement of funding was announced and made public, they're still waiting for the actual next step so that the project can actually move forward. This is backbone infrastructure that is much needed in our region, and it will provide great opportunities for our communities who desperately are calling for it. It is not cell phone infrastructure, though, and I think that's important. I'm glad that this step is being taken. I'm glad that it's going to make it more accessible for cell reception in the future, but it is still not that very needed cell phone infrastructure that we need. Innovation lives in all communities across Canada, and small and remote communities are actively working on solutions to diversify and broaden their local economies. I have recently spent time with both the Port McNeill District and the Port Hardy Chambers of Commerce. Connectivity continues to be a significant concern in the work that they are doing in the regions with local businesses. I'd like to outline here that the largest community that I represent, Campbell River, a population of just over 34,000, recently, in the last couple of years, put up their own infrastructure within the town center, the city center, so that we could have more businesses coming that have needs for that high-speed internet. So it came to the point that the city itself had to actually build that infrastructure so that we could attract businesses to our region. So when that's happening, I just hope that this place hears how serious the need is. And even though there is some connectivity, if it is not that high-speed internet that so many businesses need, it provides yet another barrier to those small communities. In fact, a lot of my communities are seeing extensive interest from people and local or businesses outside of our region that are looking to come in. But the limited access to internet and the cell reception is also a huge, huge barrier. I've spent a lot of time in my riding speaking with Indigenous leaders, mayors, regional district representatives from communities like Gold River, Sayward, Mauchet, Machilet, Guasalanaquado, Dewanu, which is in Kingham Inlet, Holberg, Port Hardy, Port McNeil, Alert Bay, and Port Alice. Mr. Speaker, if I listed them all, we would be here a lot longer. I haven't had a chance to mention them all, but the need is very clear, and you can tell it just from that short list of people and communities in my riding. While the government program Connect to Innovate was put in place to improve broadband internet connectivity for rural Canadians, these programs focused exclusively on internet and did not cover cellular network development. The issue of cellular access must be addressed. It is for the safety and the potential financial well-being of the people that I am here and honored to represent. Mr. Speaker, rural and remote communities are strong. And due to the many ups and downs that we have faced, we are adaptable. I believe this breeds tenacity and innovation. As rural and remote communities across Canada look at how to build the strength in their communities, this infrastructure is imperative. And it is also imperative that the Canadian government step up to the plate. If we want to see rural and remote communities do well, that work needs to be supported. The NDP is calling first and foremost for cell phone infrastructure to be included immediately in the communications development strategies. Beyond this vital improvement, I support the development of the best communication systems in the world for Canada, a country that relies entirely on innovation to maintain its enviable position among wealthy countries. Connectivity is essential to efficient internal and international trade. Communities like mine want to be included. They are ready and willing to do the work. We just need that little bit of support. The government must be part of the solution. Already in Canada, internet and cell costs are some of the highest in the world. These barriers are only felt that much harder from small and rural communities like the ones that I represent. I will support Motion 208, and I hope to see that if this actually gets to committee, action is taken very promptly. My constituents deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to speak today about the importance of rural digital infrastructure and to underscore the importance of the work my honourable colleague from Pontiac has done in championing access for rural communities to digital infrastructure. All Canadians need access to high-speed internet so that we may fully participate in our economy, our democracy, and daily life. In many rural and remote communities, challenging geography and smaller populations often present a barrier to private sector investment in building and maintaining high-speed internet infrastructure. Our government has done groundbreaking work through the Connect to Innovate program, and the province of British Columbia has been an important partner as well, especially in the Connected Coast initiative. M208 builds on our strong beginning and envisions a nationwide strategy for rural connectivity. The importance of digital infrastructure in rural and remote communities cannot be overstated. Canadians living in these communities go about their lives with slower internet speeds and iffy cell phone coverage. As a result, many Canadians face significant digital barriers to full participation in the marketplace, the workplace, education, community engagement, and even very routine matters. Rural and remote parts of Canada already experience slower emergency response times, exacerbated by less extensive wireless telecommunications networks. During extreme weather events and for everyday travel along rural and remote roads, staying connected to a wireless network is a matter of basic personal and public safety. In addition to public safety benefits, the economic impacts of digital infrastructure are widespread. Innovation occurs everywhere, obviously, in rural and remote regions just as much as in urban centers, but not without equal opportunity and access to the digital economy. From an international trade perspective, internet connectivity gives micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises in rural communities across the country access to existing and emerging global markets and the support services that are critical to economic growth and good middle-class jobs. M208 points out that there is still much work to be done so that all Canadians have access to reliable digital infrastructure. Our government's effort is a very strong beginning. Through the Connect to Innovate program, the disparity in ridings such as my own is declining by ensuring that communities have equal access. Connect to Innovate has invested over $45 million in 2018 in partnership with the Government of British Columbia to bring improved high-speed internet to rural and remote communities. The program supports new backbone infrastructure to connect institutions like schools and hospitals, as well as households and businesses. The program is providing high-speed internet access to rural and Indigenous communities in the Sea to Sky corridor, between almost $2 million in provincial funding, over $2 million in federal funding, and almost $2 million from HoC. A new fiber optic cable is connecting Whistler to Pemberton to Mount Currie. This has not been easy to achieve. In order to establish high-speed, high-quality internet service in the beautiful community of Pemberton, 30 minutes north of Whistler, and very connected to Whistler in every other way, local government and the federal government, together with a lot of discussion between two major telecommunications companies who compete rather than see themselves as complementary, were able to piece together a first-class solution. The process taught us a lot about the value of perseverance and has created a climate of trust which we are building on to ensure that Pemberton has the same level of service as urban areas that are much easier to support. In Pemberton, high-speed internet access is serving a growing community and the municipality's plans for residential development. As Mayor Mike Richmond of Pemberton notes, this network will enable our local businesses to operate to their fullest potential while attracting future economic opportunities in the Pemberton area. Residents and home-based businesses will be able to reliably and affordably connect globally, allowing us to compete in the digital economy. Moving further north on Highway 99 to Mount Currie, the Connect to Innovate program is providing fiber optic infrastructure to institutions such as the newly constructed Tazeel Learning Center, where members of the Lil'wat Nation achieve grade 12 diplomas and beyond. With the partnership of HoC and the Lil'wat Nation, the Tazeel Learning Center will now be able to provide new learning opportunities for the Lil'wat Nation and neighboring communities. This is of particular importance because when Lil'wat Nation members walk through the doors of Tazeel to continue with their education, they are also often facing the challenges of the residential school system in their past. Learning outcomes from Tazeel are exceptional because the healing process, the process of truth and reconciliation, is foundational. The latest access to digital technology is a big part of continuing success for the Lil'wat Nation. Connect to Innovate also helps to fund British Columbia's Connected Coast project, bringing new or improved high-speed internet accessibility to 154 rural and remote coastal communities, 15 of which are in West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky country. In small, very special places like Gibsons, Half Moon Bay, Roberts Creek, Secret Cove, Welcome Beach, and Wilson Creek, for example. Egmont, near Skookumchuck Narrows, is a remote community on the Sunshine Coast and presents unique challenges for fiber optic infrastructure due to its topography. When I met with the community there, they were doubtful that we could achieve rural connectivity. Also, they're desperate for it. One key reason is because Egmont is a spectacular tourist destination, including the Skookumchuck Narrows. It's an awe-inspiring place and very dangerous. From a public safety perspective, connectivity for Egmont is essential. M208 is important because it draws our attention to the entire issue of equity for areas across the country that are underserved. Bowen Island is another such place, where HoC is currently working on upgrades to enhance the existing network. Bowen Island's success is a result of successes elsewhere. M208 shines a spotlight on an issue that we are working on together to ensure all Canadians have the same opportunities. The CRTC has also taken action to support rural coverage. The CRTC released a decision in December 2016 setting out a universal service objective. The objective is for Canadians in urban, rural, and remote areas to have equal access to both voice and broadband internet services on fixed and wireless networks. To support these objectives, the CRTC has created a $750 million fund to support telecommunications infrastructure. Further, this past October, provincial and territorial ministers for innovation and economic development agreed to make broadband a priority and to develop a long-term strategy. This strategy includes improving access to the latest mobile services along major roads and where Canadians live and work. Through the leadership of the members for Pontiac, Nickel Belt, Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, Tobique, Mactaquac, for example, constant champions for rural Canada, we now have a Ministry for Rural Economic Development. The Minister, the member for South Shore St. Margaret's, will develop a rural economic development strategy and is leading our government's further efforts to bring high-speed internet access to more people and businesses in rural Canada. Motion M208 will help to ensure that Canadians living in these parts of Canada have access to reliable and accessible digital infrastructure and to secure the health and safety of all Canadians, no matter where they live. In West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky country, we have lent our voices to this. We are happy to share our experiences on this important improvement to the lives of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to continuing on the work to deliver real, meaningful progress for Canadians in all parts of this country. I'm very happy to support Motion 208 and to support all my colleagues in the House who are dedicated representatives of rural Canada. Thank you very much.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. And I will just inform the member that she will have around 5 minutes, and then we'll have to stop. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very important for me to rise and speak today about digital issues in rural ridings, given that I represent a rural riding in large part. And in my riding, as elsewhere, there are serious connectivity problems. On March 13th, I met with Régent Sauvé, who's been working at a co-op for the last 12 years, a co-op that has expertise that is recognized across many different countries. And they help connect far-flung and rural areas. But they've called out the fact that the CRTC rules favor big companies and actually make it more difficult for small co-ops who are not there to make a profit, but rather who are there to serve the community and to help connect ordinary people. One of the problems is that problems like Connect to Innovate were really terribly mismanaged. And that was, in fact, something that the Auditor General noticed in 2018. Now, if there is a single house that is connected within a 25-kilometer radius, then all of the other houses within that area can't receive service. And there are many areas like Saint-Justine, Sainte-Marc, at Hemmingford, and other places where, you know, when you have a lot of wind or rain, the internet connection fails. And yet there are business owners, students, healthcare workers in those areas who need that connection. And it's not just high-speed internet. It's also cell network coverage. This is such an important problem that small cooperatives who are just trying to serve people in rural areas say that it's very difficult for them to develop. If they want to remain competitive against big companies like Bell, for example, they need to get in touch with people, they need to do various tests, they need to keep files, and this requires a lot of resources that small co-ops don't necessarily have. It's difficult for them to ask for subsidies from the federal government to help them develop. Now, the government boasts of having tabled a budget in 2019 where millions, even billions of dollars are promised over the next 10 years. But people don't need to be competitive in 10 years. Rural people need that now. It seems that the government thinks that there should be second-class citizens in rural areas, and that doesn't make sense in a G7 country like Canada. We can't have two different standards when it comes to internet connectivity. Now, I have a specific example. Connect to Innovate was awarded to Bell in 2018 in Saint-Elesphore, and it currently is serving only 83 households, whereas when it was the co-op, there were several hundred houses served in the same way. So clearly, this is just not working. There hasn't been any real positive effect on small local populations. Nor have we seen any real timelines or measures of subsidies or results. It's all very vague, and there's a real lack of transparency. And access to infrastructure, which is supposed to be shared between small and large businesses, according to the CRTC, well, that infrastructure is not actually available to those small co-ops. So there are a number of different obstacles that these co-ops are facing when they are just trying to help small municipalities that the big corporations aren't actually interested in serving because they can't make a lot of profit there. So this bill is certainly interesting, but successive conservative and liberal governments over the year should have had an overall strategy for this issue long ago. They should have made companies obliged to serve rural areas, and clearly that's not the case, and there's a lack of vision here. The Honourable Member for Pontiac has the right to reply.
I stand before this House not only on behalf of the constituents of Pontiac, but I also feel on behalf of all rural Canadians who want better cell phone and internet coverage. Since the advent of the internet, rural Canadians have had less solid internet connections than urban Canadians. And the cell phone speed has been less strong, or the cell phone's connection has been less strong for rural Canadians than for urban Canadians. High-speed fiber connections are less common, and wireless phone signals are weaker than in cities. And we've got to address this issue. Les entreprises de télécommunications
Telecommunications companies invest less in digital infrastructure in rural areas of Canada. This has to do with geography, cost, and population density. But this needs to change. Even if the speed of internet services and cell services have made progress in rural areas, the overall problem remains. Canada's urban telecommunications infrastructure has improved much more quickly, whereas in rural areas, people are still facing disadvantages. The flooding of the recent weeks has shown that in addition to being a significant issue related to economic development, cell phone coverage and strong internet service is also essential if we want to ensure public safety. The response to the flooding in Pontiac, in my riding, and all across the Ottawa region is largely due to telecommunications technology. People were able to alert their neighbors, to get live updates about water levels, to recruit volunteers, sandbaggers, and to send out evacuation alerts. So many communities depended on social media and telephone service.
Pontiac have relied on telecommunications to organize their emergency response. Last night, I met with the mayor of Waltham, David Rochon, community of 325 souls, give or take a few. It's an hour and a half from the nation's capital, and the cell phone coverage in Waltham is non-existent. You can't manage an emergency flood without cell phone access. It's so difficult. So it was with the specific interest of offering additional protections to people living in rural areas of Canada during disasters, during emergency weather situations. It's with that interest that I brought forward Motion 208 to the House of Commons in November 2018. The motion, which promotes the expansion of cellular coverage and reliable internet access, will help Canadians better deal with situations like the floods of 2017 and 2019
And last year, we had a tornado as well. In all of these circumstances, more reliable cell phone coverage would have helped us. And I'm so grateful for the support for this motion that has been provided by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Rural Caucus of the Union of Quebec Municipalities. Le M208
Motion M208 looks to a future where people living in rural areas will no longer be caught off guard in crisis situations and will no longer be unable to contact people that they need or get the help that they need. I was very, very happy to see that that our Liberal government did act in Budget 2019 and committed to investing $5 billion over the next 10 years to improve digital infrastructure in rural areas and to get all Canadians connected to a high-speed internet connection by 2030.
or had a federal government willing to commit to that goal. We are going to get there. 100% rural internet coverage. Une vote unanime.
There was a unanimous vote, or rather, if there were a unanimous vote in the House of Commons, this would send a clear message to telecommunications companies that the safety of our citizens and the strength of our rural areas are really important issues, and they're non-partisan issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La question.
The question is as follows. Mr. Amos, seconded by Mr. Graham, moves that in the opinion of the House, A reliable and accessible digital infrastructure from broadband internet to wireless communications and beyond is essential and enables Canadians to seize new business opportunities, create jobs, and connect with the global economy.
A reliable, accessible digital infrastructure, particularly wireless telecommunication. May I dispense? Okay. Dispense. Actually, it's 1 second here. We've got a few pages. I want to thank the person who asked to dispense, and the rest of you as well. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. I believe the yeas have it. There no votes? Okay, we have 5 people, okay. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 8th, 2019, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Comme il est...
It being 2:17 p.m., the House now stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Have a good weekend, everyone.